I've been working with the Bureau for a while now. Mostly quiet postings, fire watch, trail patrols, the occasional lost hiker or squatter. Nothing you'd call action-packed, which is how I like it. I don't talk much about the weird stuff because most of it isn't that weird once you know what you're looking at. People just panic when the woods act like the woods. But even with all the backcountry time I've logged, there's one night that still gets my heart going when I think about it. It was last November. Cold had finally set in after a stubborn fall, and most of the weekend warriors were long gone. I had a short break from my post in northern Pennsylvania, and my buddy Matt and I decided to take a few days and do some camping on a private parcel I own down in central PA, rough, forested land that I picked up dirt cheap a few years back. It's about 100 acres of mixed hardwood and pine, no structures, no roads in or out. You need an ATV or good boots and a pack to get anywhere on it. I'd spent a little time clearing out a level spot for a tent and fire ring near a natural spring, but it's as primitive as you can get. No cell service, no trail markers. You walk off the edge of my property and you've got miles before you hit anything resembling civilization. Nearest neighbor's a farm 10 miles east. We weren't out there for any real reason, just to breathe for a while. Matt had been burning out working double shifts at the warehouse, and I'd been in my head too much lately. We figured 3 nights out there would be good medicine. Just us, some freeze-dried food, whiskey in a flask, and enough firewood to keep us warm. We hiked in early on a Thursday afternoon. Took our time, took pictures. Weather was clear, mid-40s during the day, down to low 30s at night. We pitched the tent at the clearing near the spring. I'd forgotten how quiet it gets out there once the birds settle in. Even the breeze seemed to die the deeper we got into the woods. The first night, we ate dinner around the fire. Simple stuff, beans, jerky, and a pan of banana bread I made for Mix. We weren't drinking heavy, just a few swigs to keep warm. Matt conked out pretty quick, full belly and all, while I stayed up watching the fire. I'm used to sleeping light when I'm out in the bush. That first night, I just couldn't seem to drop off. No real reason, not at first. I was tired, but my body wouldn't shut down. I laid there for a while listening. Nothing out of the ordinary, just wind in the branches, a few dry leaves rustling now and then. There's always noise in the woods, even in the dead of night. You learn to filter it out. Mice in the underbrush. An owl maybe a few hundred yards off. You know it's normal when you've done this long enough. But somewhere around 1:30 a.m., that changed. It started with silence. A dead, heavy silence that didn't make sense. No wind, no rustling. Even the usual nighttime chirps had gone still. If you've been in the woods at night, you know how wrong that is. Like everything's holding its breath. Then came the scream. It was loud. Loud enough that I felt it in my chest more than heard it with my ears. A single, drawn-out, high-pitched wail that didn't sound like it came from a person or an animal. Not at first. My first thought was mountain lion, but we don't really get those out here. Still, bobcats? Yeah, we have them. And when they scream, they sound too human for comfort. It came from maybe 20 feet from the tent, just beyond where our fire had burned down. It wasn't moving when it screamed. Just let loose this awful, ragged cry like it was being torn apart, or maybe calling for something. I could feel every hair on my body stand up. I laid there frozen, trying to breathe quiet. I remember my fists curling in the sleeping bag, my mind racing through every possibility. Animal? Insane person? A trap? Nothing I came up with felt right. Matt was out cold. I reached over and nudged him with my elbow. No response. He snored once and shifted away from me. I tried again, more urgently this time, and he groaned a bit but didn't wake. I didn't want to yell or make a sound. If something was out there, I didn't want to give it more reason to come closer. Then I heard the footsteps. Not heavy, not fast, but unmistakable. Dry leaves crunching in pairs like something walking on 2 legs, or at least very deliberate. They came from the direction of the scream. A few slow steps, then nothing. Then a sudden crack like something kicked or knocked over a dead branch. I heard the branch hit the ground, then something clattered against the side of our tent. Not hard, just a thump like a stick falling, but it was enough to send my heart into my throat. I lay there in the dark, absolutely still. No flashlight, no weapon close. I had a knife in my boot near the foot of the sleeping bag, but I didn't move to grab it. I didn't want to make a sound. Every second felt like a minute. I could hear my own heartbeat pounding in my ears. I don't know how long I laid there. Long enough for my body to start cramping from the tension. Eventually, the normal sound started to come back. An owl, wind again, a few dry leaves rustling. The tension let off the way a bad storm does when it passes. I didn't sleep at all. Just waited until the sky started to lighten a little around 6 a.m. before I unzipped the tent and stepped outside. There were prints, not clear ones. The ground was dry, leaf-covered, and hard, but you could tell something had moved through. A few scuffs where boots or paws had disturbed the top layer. And about 15 feet from the tent, a thick branch, maybe 5 feet long and rotted in the middle, had snapped clean near one end. Looked like something had stepped on it hard, or thrown it. That was the branch that hit the tent, I was sure of it. I did a slow circle of our site, widening my perimeter, checking for more tracks. Nothing conclusive. No claw marks, no blood, no clear boot prints. But something had come close. Something big enough to break a branch and loud enough to scream like it wanted the whole forest to hear it. Matt finally stirred around 7:30. He looked at me like I was crazy when I told him. Didn't hear a damn thing, he said. He laughed it off at first until he saw the branch. I showed him the spot it had landed and where it broke. His face got a little more serious after that. But what could we do? It was gone. Whatever it was, it had moved on, or was watching. Either way, we were still a 10-mile hike out, and we weren't due to leave for 2 more nights. We stayed. We didn't say it out loud, but neither of us wanted to back out and seem scared. It's just the woods, we told ourselves. Probably a bobcat or a fox. Maybe a coyote with a bad call. We've both heard some weird things out in the bush. But I still kept my knife strapped to my leg the next 2 nights. Fire stayed a little bigger. Flashlights stayed a little closer. Nothing happened after that. Second night was quiet. Third was colder, but uneventful. We packed up Sunday morning and hiked out, still scanning the tree line now and then. I've been back to that land a few times since, always during daylight, always with a sidearm. I've never seen anything out of place, no signs of squatters, no strange animals. But I can't forget that scream. I've heard bobcats since then, close up. I've even recorded them for ID calls. And while they're close, they're not the same. There was something in that sound that didn't match anything I've cataloged. Something too controlled, too direct, like it was meant for us. Still, I can't say it was anything other than a bobcat or a large predator. Maybe something migrating through. But I've spent most of my life in the woods, and I've only been that scared once. I know what's out there most of the time. I know what it sounds like, what it moves like. But that night, in the still woods of my own land, something moved through that I can't name. It got close enough to let me know it was there. Whether it meant to scare me or just remind me I wasn't alone, I'll never know. But I think about it every time I zip up my tent and listen to the woods go quiet. And I never camp out there alone. It was late October when it happened, that damp kind of cold that settles deep in your sleeves and doesn't go away. I remember the air being still. No wind, no leaves rustling, just that eerie, unnatural quiet you get in the woods sometimes when everything feels like it's listening. The place wasn't much. Not a national park or forest, just a small bit of wooded land between 2 villages in Shropshire. It had a narrow public footpath that wound through it, made of loose crushed stone and a few broken bits of tarmac. One of those shortcuts people use when they know the area, one that doesn't show up properly on maps. No signs, just a stile gate at one end and a worn wooden post at the other. It ran between an overgrown hedge line and scattered trees, the kind you could see straight through once the leaves dropped. Wasn't late, maybe just past 6:30, but the sun had gone down fast. One of those autumn evenings when the dark creeps up on you before you're ready. The path was lit here and there by old metal street lamps that looked like they hadn't been serviced in years. They gave off a dull, yellowish glow, barely enough to light your feet, let alone see anything further out. There were 3 of us walking together, me, Dan, and Mike. We'd been hanging out at Dan's after college, killing time and talking rubbish like we always did. Dan's place wasn't far from the far end of the path, and Mike lived down the road from me, so we usually walked together that way. It was quicker than going around the main road. even if it always felt a bit dodgy at night. The air was damp, thick with the smell of wet earth and moss. The crushed stone beneath our boots crunched with every step, that dry, grating sound echoing between the trees. We weren't saying much, just the odd muttered comment or nervous laugh. Wasn't like we were scared, at least not yet, but we all had that same feeling you get in places like that. Like you're being watched, even when you know you're not. It started normal. Just three lads walking home, heads down, boots crunching. But after about 2 or 3 minutes on the path, something changed. I didn't notice it right away. It was subtle. First, the sound of our steps stopped echoing. Then I realized I couldn't hear anything else at all. Not the distant cars, not the wind, not the trees. Then I heard it. Crunch. At first, I thought it was just one of us stepping heavier than usual, maybe slipping a bit on the stones. But then it came again, and it didn't match our steps. It was louder, slower, heavier, like something large stepping on the same stones we were walking on, but not in sync with us. Crunch, crunch. I didn't stop walking, but my whole body tensed. I looked sideways at Dan, just quick enough to see his face twitch. He'd heard it too. Mike must have heard it as well because he stiffened up and turned his head, glancing back over his shoulder. That's when we stopped. No one said anything. We didn't need to. We just turned one by one and looked behind us. There it was, standing maybe 10 feet back on the path. The yellow light from a near street lamp barely reached it, but I could see the outline. Big, maybe 7 or 8 feet tall, broad shoulders, thick arms hanging low, hands, or what I thought were hands, nearly reaching its knees, covered in what looked like black fur or maybe a coat, too dark to tell. It didn't move, just stood there, not making a sound. But its eyes, those were the worst part. They glowed, not like actual lights, but with this dull red reflection, like how animals' eyes shine when you hit them with a torch. Only these weren't natural. They didn't flicker, just two solid, staring red dots in the middle of its face. I froze. Every part of me screamed to run, but my legs locked up, my stomach dropped, and I felt cold all over. Dan must have snapped first because he suddenly turned and bolted. Mike followed, right behind him. That broke whatever trance I was in, and I took off too. We didn't speak. We just ran. I didn't look back. I didn't want to know if it was following us. All I could hear was the pounding of our boots and the sharp breaths tearing out of my chest. I tripped once, nearly went down, but kept going. My lungs burned. My legs ached. But I didn't stop. The whole path only took about 5 minutes to walk, but it felt like forever. Every second, I expected to feel something grab me from behind, yank me into the trees, tear me apart. I pictured it again and again. Those red eyes, that massive shape, silent and fast, right behind us. We made it to Dan's house, slammed the gate shut, and didn't stop until we were in his kitchen. Dan's mom looked at us like we'd lost our minds. 3 of us standing there, out of breath, pale as ghosts, soaked in sweat. We didn't say anything at first, just stood there trying to catch our breath, not sure how to even begin explaining. Later, once we calmed down, we tried to talk about it. Try to figure out what it was we'd seen. A big bloke in a costume? A bear? But there's no bears in Shropshire. Not wild, anyway. And no person could stand that tall without stilts. And if it had been someone messing about, we would have heard them coming. It hadn't made any sound before or after we saw it. Just that crunching on the stones. No breathing, no growling. Nothing. We went back in the morning, broad daylight, full sun. The path looked normal. Nothing out of place. No footprints, no broken branches, no fur, no dropped clothes. Just the same old path. We tried to laugh it off, said maybe it was just a shadow or someone playing a prank. But none of us believed that. Not really. I still think about it. Not every day, but now and then, when it's quiet, when I'm walking home alone. I still hear the sound in my head, crunch, crunch, just behind me. Over time, I try to make sense of it. Maybe it was some kind of animal escaped from a private enclosure. There's always weird stories about people keeping exotic pets. Maybe it was some kind of big escaped dog or a wild boar with mange, something deformed or mutated. But it was standing upright. That I remember clearly. Like a man, but not a man. Whatever it wasn't supernatural. It didn't vanish or float or scream. It was real. It stood on 2 legs. It stepped on the stones. Its weight was solid. It cast a shadow, and that's what still scares me. That it was real, that something like that could be in a place like that, just waiting in the dark. Not in some deep, wild forest, just a bit of woods between two villages. A path people walk every day. Nothing special. We never walk that way at night again. Even now, years later, I avoid it. I could give you directions there, tell you exactly where it happened. The path's still there. The lamps still barely work. The stones still crunch under your feet. But if you ever walk it, don't go after dark. And if you do, don't stop walking. Don't turn around. And whatever you do, if you hear footsteps behind you that don't match yours, don't look back. Because it's real, and it's still out there. I live just about a mile from the edge of Manassas National Battlefield Park. You can walk there if you don't mind the traffic noise. There are no fences keeping you out, just a few signs here and there. If you didn't know better, you'd think it was just open land, rolling fields, tree lines here and there, some old cannons placed for effect, the occasional statue or placard. But you'd be walking through the bones of one of the most brutal battles of the Civil War. That land still carries the weight of what happened there. You feel it in the dirt, in the stillness between breezes. I might want to go around talking about vibes or energies, but I've worked as a ranger long enough to know some places carry something with them. Not spirits, not ghosts, nothing like that. But something changes a place when enough people bleed into it. And that change lasts. I don't live in the park. I live just outside it in a modest place, alone except for my cat, Trapper. He's a strange little guy. Got him when I was stationed out west for a season in the mountains. Most cats don't care for the outdoors like this one does. But Trapper, you bring out his harness, he comes running. Forests are his favorite. Trails, trees, rustling leaves. He moves like he was born for it. Confident, calm, quiet. We've hiked together in places that made me stop and listen twice. Predator country, old growth forest where even birds don't make a sound sometimes. He never batted an eye. So when I moved here and got a few weeks to settle in, it seemed like a good idea to take him out on one of the forested trails in the battlefield park. Figured we'd try one of the less trafficked ones that runs through a patch of woods. Simple loop, only a couple miles. There's a trailhead lot just off one of the smaller roads, not far from the main entrance. Can't see much of the forest from the parking lot. Just a narrow sliver between tall grass and the usual Virginia scrub. That morning, it was cool and overcast. Midweek, light wind. Should have been perfect. I loaded Trapper into the car. He settled in his carrier like always, no fuss. We drove 10 minutes to the lot. A few other cars were parked, but it wasn't crowded. Just two women talking by their car, leaning against a bumper with coffees in hand. They didn't notice us pull in. I waited a moment, then got out and opened the back door. Trapper didn't move at first. That was my first sign. He always tries to nose his way out the second the door cracks open. This time he stayed curled in the corner of his carrier, ears flat, eyes wide. I knelt down and reached in, scratched the back of his neck. He didn't fight, but he didn't purr either. The women were still talking. Maybe he was just nervous about the voices. He doesn't like people much. I unlatched his harness, clipped the leash on, and picked him up instead of letting him walk. Carried him past the asphalt and down to the grass at the forest's edge where the trail started. As soon as I set him down, he froze. I mean locked up, every muscle stiff. His ears turned backward, and he started that slow, low growl I'd only ever heard once before back when a black bear wandered too close to our tent in California. He was staring dead ahead into the trail. I followed his eyes, but saw nothing. Just trees, thick brush, and the thin dirt line of the path bending into the woods. I gave a second, waited to see if he'd relax. He didn't. He started backing up, slowly at first, then more frantic. He twisted once, tried to pull his front legs free of the harness. That's how I knew it wasn't a passing mood. That's how I knew something was wrong. I scooped him up and turned back toward the parking lot. Thought maybe we'd try the open meadow trail on the other side of the lot. He clung to my shirt the whole way, body stiff as a board, breathing shallow. Now, he doesn't spook easy. Never has. I've taken him into woods thick with coyote scent, and once even had a juvenile mountain lion stalk us for 2 miles before giving up. Trapper's never tried to ditch his harness before. But that day he wanted out. Bad. Still, I figured it was a fluke. Maybe a deer moved through. Maybe something left a scent behind. So I carried him to the start of the meadow trail and set him down in the grass. This time he walked forward, maybe 10 or 15 yards. Then he stopped again, looked up at me with this expression I can only describe as disbelief. Like he thought I'd lost my damn mind. Then he bolted, not into the woods, not up the trail, back, right back the way we came, right to the car. I opened the back door and he leapt inside without waiting for me to lift him. Curled into the far corner of the back seat and didn't move. Didn't even look out the window. Now, I've worked this job long enough to know when to trust an animal's instincts. We went home. I didn't try again that week. But the thing is, it stuck with me. That look on his face, the way he moved, I couldn't shake it. So I went back a few days later, alone this time. No trapper, same trailhead, same weather, still quiet. I wore plain clothes just to look like a local out walking. I wanted to see what it was that stopped him. There's a certain stillness in some parts of the park that doesn't feel quite right. Not eerie, not spooky, just off, like something went quiet and stayed that way. This trail had that stillness. I walked 50 yards in, just about where Trapper stopped, and looked around. The trees were close together. Thick understory. Lots of leaf litter, but not a lot of noise. No squirrels. No birds. No bugs. Just wind brushing against the tops of the oaks. I listened for a while, crouched down, touched the dirt. The trail here was narrow, not well maintained. Looked like no one had walked it in weeks. Something odd caught my eye about 20 feet off trail, half concealed in the underbrush. A section of ground that looked disturbed. Not dug up, just sunken. Uneven. The way an old trench or a collapsed pit might look after years of soft settling. I stepped off the path and walked over. It was a dip in the forest floor, maybe 3 feet wide, 10 feet long. Sunken like a collapsed grave. The leaf litter was thinner here, like it had been brushed away recently, and I could see patches of bare soil. There were deep lines in it, drag marks. Narrow, not wide enough for a deer, not scattered like a raccoon or possum might leave. Straight, thin grooves like fingers or a tool. That was the first time I felt it, the unease. Not fear, not even suspicion, just a steady tightening behind the ribs, like something internal telling me, don't stay here. I scanned the area. Nothing else seemed out of place. No recent fire rings. No boot prints. But I did see something stuck against a tree root near the dip. Plastic. I knelt down and picked it up. It was a torn Ziploc bag. Dirty. Mud-stained. Something had been inside. There was still a little corner of a printed label left. Looked like part of a prescription pill bottle sticker. Just the tail end of a name and some numbers. I didn't touch anything else. I didn't dig. I just stood up and left. Walked the rest of the trail loop fast. Didn't stop again until I got back to the car. Next day, I came back in uniform. This time I brought another ranger, Dan, a buddy of mine who's been around longer than I have. We walked the same trail. I showed him the depression in the earth, the bag, the drag marks. He didn't say much, just looked around, then made a call. Park Service sent a couple guys out the next morning with ground-penetrating radar. They did a sweep. Turns out I was right. It had been a pit. Someone had dug a shallow hole there and buried something not long ago. Not a body, at least not a human one. Animal remains. Goat, maybe. Picked clean. They found wax residue, too. Burn marks on some of the nearby trees. Someone had held a ceremony out there. A quiet one. One meant not to be found. Not satanic. Not demonic. Just deliberate. Calculated. Not the kind of thing kids do for fun. The kind of thing someone practiced. Knew how to hide. I did some digging through incident logs after that. Turns out that trail had a history. Hiker reports of strange smells. Weird objects. One ranger reported seeing a crude scarecrow hanging from a tree 2 years ago. Though by the time he brought someone else back to see it, it was gone. And the bag I found? They traced it. The fragment of label still had enough print to match to a batch number. The name led to a local, someone who'd been on the radar before. Animal cruelty. Trespassing. 1 count of illegal trapping on federal land. Nothing ever stuck. They never found him. He left town months ago. That section of the trail got closed off for maintenance after that. Officially, it's due to erosion. No one talks about the rest. But I still walk past that trailhead some evenings, especially when the light's low and the wind's still. I've never brought Trapper back, not even once. He won't go near the car when I've got the harness in hand. Not if he sees me grab the keys. That's not fear. That's memory. He remembers what was there. And so do I. I don't believe in ghosts. Never have. But the earth remembers. When enough blood hits the ground, the soil keeps it. When enough footsteps pass, the path forms. And when something unnatural slips through the cracks, it leaves more than footprints. It leaves silence. And sometimes silence says everything. I used to work as a seasonal wilderness ranger in Northern California, mostly in the areas around Shasta Trinity and down through the forests outside of McLeod. It's remote country, massive conifer stands, volcanic ridgelines, deep old lava flows cracked like broken bones, and glacial runoff that turns into icy streams slithering through the woods. Not a lot of people know those spots like I do. That stretch near Old Squaw Valley, east of McLeod, isn't on most people's maps anymore. Some parts are barely even accessible unless you know the right dirt tracks, or you're okay hiking through thick lodgepole and manzanita for miles. I always liked that. I liked that it kept things clean, quiet, unspoiled. Most of the time, that meant I didn't have to deal with much other than keeping tabs on campers, posting warnings about fire conditions, and checking for invasive species in creek beds. I've been a dozen seasons out there and seen all sorts of odd things. But what happened in the late summer of 2016 still sticks in my mind. Not because it was flashy or loud or full of monsters. It wasn't. It was quiet, too quiet, and way too real. That summer, I'd been working with a smaller unit near the South Fork of the McLeod River. I had some time off around early August and decided to go camping near Squaw Valley. Not the ski resort, but the lesser-known glacial basin tucked back near the Timber Crater. I've been out there before, knew a good flat spot near a bend in the creek with a natural fire ring and a soft pine needle bed that made for clean sleeping. I took my ex with me. We weren't exactly on the best terms, but we had a shared love of the outdoors and figured a weekend in the woods might reset something. We packed light, just a cooler, tent, sleeping pads, stove, and a couple of sleeping bags. We took my old Subaru and parked at the base of a narrow game trail that I usually use for backdoor access to that valley. Hiked in maybe a mile and a half. The air smelled clean, full of sap and cold stone. We didn't see another person the whole time. Not that day, not that night. We got the tent up just before dusk. The wind settled around 8:30 p.m. That stretch of forest doesn't get much breeze after dark, so the trees fall into this dead stillness, like they're listening for something. I remember noticing it that night, and I remember how strong the pine pitch smelled. We ate quietly, talked a little, and were zipped into the tent by 10. I remember I checked my watch right before I dozed off. It was 10:42 p.m. It was the last normal moment I remember from that night. Then came the dream. I don't know what triggered it. No weird noises, no fear going to sleep. But somewhere between 4:30 and 5:30 a.m., I was snapped into this dead real dream. I was back in a car, except I wasn't in the tent anymore or asleep. It felt real, hyper real, like I'd actually teleported back to the car somehow. It was still dark, but not pitch black, just that cold pre-dawn light where everything's bluish gray. I was in the passenger seat. I could see condensation on the windshield. Trees framed the windows. The dash clock read 5:13 a.m. Then I saw them. 8 figures, all black, hooded, like monks or cultists, but their clothing wasn't like robes. It looked heavier, more utilitarian, almost like cloaks made from wax canvas. They were surrounding the car, 4 on each side. None moved, none spoke. They were just standing there. The strangest part was how real it all felt. The smell of the car's upholstery, the cold in the air, the dull ache in my back from the awkward sleeping position. My head was tilted just slightly, looking at the side mirror, and in it I saw the one behind us. It put both hands on the rear window. Spread fingers. Not clawed, not monstrous, just normal human hands and black gloves. Then it leaned forward, and though the hood was deep, I could feel it staring right at me. I didn't feel scared. That's what still eats at me. I felt alert. Very alert. like my body was at full readiness, but not afraid. It was like my subconscious understood I wasn't in danger. Not immediately, but I was absolutely being warned. I felt that in my gut. A quiet, firm warning. I woke up with a jolt, heart racing but body still. My ex sat bolt upright at the exact same moment. Didn't say anything. Didn't have to. We both just stared at each other, eyes wide. I could see in her face she'd seen the exact same thing. That same eerie parking spot scene, those same black figures, that same stillness, that exact moment at 5:13 a.m. We didn't speak for a long time. The woods were dead quiet outside. No birds yet. No breeze. Just that weird, heavy silence you sometimes get before a storm. But there wasn't a cloud in the sky when we finally unzipped the tent. What shook us more came after. We went for a walk down toward the creek to get our bearings, hoping maybe coffee would shake the weirdness off. And just off the game trail, maybe 30 feet in, under a cluster of saplings, someone had been there recently. Not a week or two ago. Last night. Fresh tracks in the soft earth. Trash. A busted propane canister. Worst of all, used hypodermic needles scattered across the ground, poking out of the loam like dead twigs. That spot was remote. Not a place you'd stumble across unless you'd been told where to look. I'd never once seen anyone else camping there. Yet someone had been there in the last 12 hours. Someone careless. Or someone who wanted to leave a mark. We left that day. I never cut a trip short in that area before. I've camped through storms, slept through bear standoffs, even been stalked by a mountain lion once. But this was different. This felt layered. Intentionally wrong. We didn't talk about the dream again until we were back in town, maybe a week later. But when we did, it hit us how exact the details had been. The clock time, the position of the car, the way the figures stood, even the feeling, the exact same emotional register. Not terror, but a kind of reverent fear. We did some reading. Forest watchers. Hooded beings seen deep in wilderness. Not ghosts. Not demons. Just watchers. Archetypes, maybe. Or maybe just our brains interpreting the same strange environment the same way. I chalked it up to stress at first. Maybe we both heard something outside the tent and dreamt similar scenes. That's the rational thing to say. But then I thought more about the needles. The campfire's still warm. No footprints leading in. No car sounds. No tire tracks. Just sudden signs of life in a place that rarely sees it. The overlap was too sharp to ignore. I went back a few weeks later. Alone. I had to see if it still felt the same. Brought my dog. Set up camp further out, up on a rocky bluff looking down into the old creek. From there I could see the valley. I stayed 2 nights. Nothing happened, but I did find more trash. More needles. Even some broken glass from beer bottles jammed into a stump like someone had been using it for target practice. Whatever those figures were, hallucination or subconscious warnings, they weren't wrong. Something was shifting in that area. Something toxic was seeping into a place I'd once thought untouchable. I sent a report in, unofficially, told the Forest Service about the litter, and suggested they do a sweep next season. They did. Found an abandoned tent full of trash, clothing, half-eaten canned food. No people, no ID, just human residue. Since then, I've stayed away from Squaw Valley. I'll still camp around McLeod, even further up toward Mud Creek or over by Castle Lake, but not down there. Not anymore. The feeling never left. Not fear, just that sense that I've been warned once and I don't need to be warned again. It's not some fantasy story. I'm not saying we saw monsters. We didn't. But I do think, whether through instinct, some collective subconscious, or just deep familiarity with the land, we knew what we were feeling was real. That the forest has boundaries, and something out there didn't want them crossed. So I listen now. I still work in the woods. Still camp alone. But I pay closer attention to the dreams. The silence. The places that feel heavy even when nothing's happening. Because sometimes, nothing happening is the loudest warning of all. I hadn't been married even a week when my wife and I rolled into Sewanee River State Park in North Florida. It was late October, and we'd picked the place because it was far enough from home to feel like a real trip, but close enough that if we needed to bail for any reason, we could be home in a few hours. We were in our mid-20s, poor, scrappy, and stupid in that way you only are when you're young and don't know how lucky you are to be alive. The plan was to spend 3 nights camping in the park. No cell service, just us, some old gear we'd borrowed from a friend, and a trunk full of chili, hot dogs, and cheap marshmallows. The idea was to get away from everything phones, people, wedding stress, and just be together out in the trees with no one around. We pulled into the park just after 3 p.m. The entrance was quiet. A faded green sign pointed to a small building near the gate, a ranger station that looked like it hadn't been painted in a few years. It was off-season, and the place was dead quiet. You know, that kind of quiet that doesn't feel peaceful, just still. The kind where even the wind feels like it's holding its breath. A guy came out of the building to check us in. He was tall, maybe 6'3", lanky, with a sun-leathered face and watery blue eyes that never seemed to blink. He wore the right uniform, ranger patch, name tag, the whole thing, but something about him was off. His movements were stiff, like he wasn't used to using his body around people. Or like he wasn't used to people at all. We gave him our names and reservation, and he just stared at us for a second longer than he should have before asking questions. "You folk got a dog?" he asked. I shook my head. "Any firearms with you?" Again, no. "What about protection of any kind?" My wife and I looked at each other. "No," I said, a little confused. "We're just camping." He nodded slowly, like he didn't believe us. "We locked the front gate at night," he said then. "Padlocked. Doesn't open until morning." That caught me off guard. "What if someone has an emergency?" "You're the only ones in the campground tonight," he said. He said it like it was supposed to make me feel better. It didn't. He handed us a worn campground map and circled site number 7 with a pen that barely worked. "You're out by the river. Best site in the park." We didn't argue, just thanked him and drove on in. The park road was long and winding. We passed a few trailheads, some old picnic shelters, and what looked like a canoe rental place long since shut down. There weren't any cars in the lots. Not one. I remember looking out the window and thinking, it's beautiful, but where the hell is everyone? The sun was low when we pulled into site number 7. It was set back in the trees with a fire ring, a beat-up picnic table, and a view of the Suwannee River through a thick tangle of cypress and oak. There were no other campers, not in the next site, not across the road, not anywhere. Just us. I didn't say anything to my wife about the weirdness. It was our honeymoon. I didn't want to sour it with paranoia. We pitched the tent, got out our cooler, and tried to make a meal. Wind picked up not long after sunset. The kind of gusts that knock over your stove and send napkins flying into the brush. I chased down a pot lid twice before giving up. The chili was lukewarm and the hot dogs half-burnt. We laughed about it at the time, but something about the place was already working on me. I could feel in my back teeth. That kind of deep, quiet pressure that builds when your body knows something before your mind catches up. It got dark fast. No moon that night, and with the trees overhead, it felt like someone had pulled a black tarp over the whole park. We got the fire going stronger after dinner and sat close, trying to warm up and shake off the chill that had crept into the air. That's when I saw him. I got up to grab something from the car. When I turned back toward the fire, I caught a shape behind one of the big pine trees across the clearing. It wasn't an animal. It was a man. Thin build, pale shirt, just visible in the firelight, but only from the side. He was watching us, not moving, not making a sound. At first I thought it was another camper, maybe lost or just wandering. But I knew. Asterisk, we were the only ones in the campground star. The ranger had said it, and I hadn't seen a single other soul in the drive-in. I called out. Not a word, just a kind of loud hey that echoed off the trees. The figure stepped back, slowly, and tried to act like he was just passing through. He turned and walked off toward the road without saying anything. Didn't wave, didn't acknowledge me, just walked like nothing had happened. But he wasn't just walking by. He had been watching us. I went back to the fire and sat down. My wife asked what it was, and I told her not to worry. Just someone heading to the bathroom. Maybe, but I knew I was lying. I knew that wasn't right. 10 minutes later, I looked over my shoulder. He was back. Only this time, he was behind a different tree. Same distance from camp, but on the opposite side. Same stance, half hidden, still watching. Like he didn't know, or didn't care, that I'd seen him before. It was him. The ranger. I didn't say a word this time. Just stood up slowly and walked toward the fire ring like I was adjusting something. I grabbed the metal poker from the fire and held it in one hand like I was just stoking the coals. I glanced sideways. He was still there. When I turned to face him, he ducked behind the tree and started walking again, heading off at an angle toward the edge of the campground. Same thing, slow, casual, like he hadn't just been lurking behind a tree 10 feet from our fire. I didn't go after him. I didn't want to turn my back on the woods. I went back to the tent and told my wife we needed to pack up. Now, she didn't argue. She'd seen enough of my face to know it was serious. We moved fast. Tent stakes yanked out, bags tossed into the back of the car without folding or organizing. Everything dirty, everything rushed. I dropped the rain fly, still wet with dew, into the trunk and slammed it shut. We were both breathing hard. Not scared exactly, but running on adrenaline. That cold, buzzing kind of energy that kicks in right before you either fight or bolt. We drove straight to the front gate. That's when we saw the padlock. The chain had already been wrapped around the metal arms of the gate. The padlock was shut tight. He'd already locked it. It was maybe 9:15 p.m. I got out of the car and walked up to it, flashlight in hand. The lock was real, big and rusted and solid as hell. The kind they use on industrial yards or livestock pens. I jiggled it once, hoping maybe you just hung there, not closed. No luck. That's when my wife said it. Just one sentence. We still have the bolt cutters in the trunk. We packed them months ago. Left them buried under the spare tire after helping a friend move. Forgot about them. Until now. I popped the trunk, yanked up the liner, and there they were, 36 inches long, heavy as hell. I walked back to the gate and didn't hesitate. One bite, and the lock cracked with a loud clank that echoed all the way down the road. I didn't care. We swung the gate open, drove through, and didn't look back. I left the lock hanging on the fence post, snapped in half. I remember the way it looked, twisted and useless, like a broken tooth. We didn't say much on the drive out. The road was pitch black, and every shadow looked like a person. I kept checking the rear view, expecting to see headlights or someone running down the road after us. Nothing. We drove all the way to a roadside motel off I-10, paid cash, and locked the door behind us. Didn't even shower. Just collapsed on the bed and stared at the ceiling, heart still pounding. We never reported it. Never called the park office or the state or anyone. I think part of me didn't want to know what might have happened if we'd stayed. And another part knew no one would believe us. But I do know this. The guy had no reason to be hiding behind trees like that. None. He wasn't checking on campers. He wasn't doing a patrol. He was watching. And we were the only ones in that park. It's been 21 years. We've camped all over since then. National parks, backcountry trails, desert bluffs, mountain ridges. I've never felt that kind of cold in my bones again. Never seen someone move like that. Too quiet, too slow, too deliberate. Sometimes I still think about that second time I saw him. The way he was in a completely different part of the woods, same distance away. Like he knew our blind spots. Like he was testing us. We got out. We were lucky. But I haven't been back to Florida since. And I never camp without bolt cutters in the trunk. I was in Northern California, near Sebastopol, heading into a large public park I'd visited before. It was early afternoon, overcast with the gray light that rides just behind thick cloud cover, but not enough to drop actual rain. The trees were tall, towering Douglas firs, redwoods, and pine, all stretching upward in a dull chorus of green and brown. Flat rocks, dark, slick with moss and pine resin, were scattered among the forest floor. I came to hunt mushrooms, chanterelles, or boletes amid the dead pine needles that carpeted the ground. I walked along a narrow dirt trail, breathing in the damp, earthy smell. But the deeper into the woods I went, the quieter it became. Birds chirped here and there, goldfinches or jays, but nothing loud or intrusive. Now and then I heard the distant drip of a dewdrop falling. My footsteps cushioned by needles, crunching when I shifted. I left the marked trail at one point, heading into a grove of trees that stood wide and close-knit. The ground was thick with needles and tiny green sprouts poking through. I scanned the forest floor, bending over to part the detritus with gloved hands. A lone mushroom, windowed and orange, peeked through, and I paused to study it. Standing up, stretching my back, I glanced around. That's when I caught movement. My eyes tracked upward, following the line of a tall pine. A branch stood out, thick and sturdy. And there, at its far end, I saw something with two legs, bobbing or running in place. It looked like a small ape or a monkey. Two legs, long arms raised above its body, moving quickly but not going anywhere. Its feet barely touched the bark, suspended at the fringe. The whole creature was dark, either black or deep brown, a single shade. It moved with urgent speed, as if running from something it couldn't outrun. My heart rate spiked. I looked back down at my footing. Raw roots and loose stones littered the ground. I didn't want to trip, but while I was watching the movement, dry pine needles pattered down from higher branches. A small cascade like rain, but there wasn't rain. It stopped suddenly. Those tiny legs froze. I braced myself on my knees, squinting harder. As I stood up fully and took a cautious step toward the base of the tree, it vanished. Just gone. No sound, no rustle, no sign. I could see the branch clearly now. Thick bark, some dead pine needles, a woodpecker hole, but nothing else. I paused. What had I just seen? Was a small bear cub, standing weirdly? But bears aren't built that way. They don't run in place with arms aloft. Was a person? Someone up on a branch, committing suicide? A jumper frozen in time? But the body was too small, posture off, the legs too fast, the arms too long. My breathing got shallow. Part of my brain kept whispering, "Keep your composure." Another part was shouting, "Run." But I stayed. I approached the tree, trunk slowly. I pressed my hand against the bark. It was cool, moist from condensation. I looked at the branch up high. Nothing notable. Sunlight flickered through the dense canopy, poking at needles and lichen. I circled the tree, scanning every inch. No fur, no clothes, no broken bark. No sign of limbs, fabric, flesh, nothing. Just thick brown bark and dry needles. The forest was silent now, eerily so. A distant crow cawed, and I jumped. I raised my head and turned in place. Then I saw its cause, a steady stream of pine needles dropping from higher up on a tree I couldn't see because it was too tall and too dark. It reminded me of the brief movement I'd seen, tiny legs thrashing. I shook my head and knelt to examine the ground. No tracks, no broken needles, no stains. The pine needles were exactly as they should be, falling from above. No glass shards or odd fibers to suggest fabric. I stood, breathing. My heart pounded. Then I heard something behind me, a snap of a twig. I swung around. Nothing. I walked 3 steps in one direction. Heard another snap. Same. No shape. Sunlight began to shift. It was late afternoon. Shadows lengthened under the thick canopy. Air cooled slightly. One by one, birds called in the distance, but none near. In that moment, I felt trespassed upon, as if I'd walked through someone else's space and they were watching. Beneath me, pine needles released their scent of resin and decay. I began to pack up, gathering my things, small basket, field guide, camera. I took one last, careful look at the tree. Still nothing. The forest seemed normal, if haunted by quiet. I kept expecting movement. As I retraced my steps toward the trail, I caught sight of an opening ahead toward the edge of the grove. Light fell in, brighter. I reached it, pushed aside some ferns, and emerged onto a mossy clearing. In the clearing, I saw tracks. 2 sets of prints like a man's boots, but they looked small and they were fresh. The prints started from the tree line and led deeper into dense woods. I knelt to inspect. They were 7 to 8 inches long with a rounded toe, edgy heel. But they had a sole pattern I didn't know, like wavy lines around the edges. Too neat to be wild animal. The prints headed west, running parallel to the trail, deeper in a forest I'd never explored. I felt a mix of dread and curiosity. I could follow, but I might complicate whatever or whoever was out there. I turned back, but then another detail caught me. Just beyond the prints was a dark rock, half covered with moss and needles. On the rock was a single piece of clothing, a dark brown glove. It looked like leather or suede. I picked it up, turned it in my hands. It was small, probably men's medium, fingerless cut. No tear, but stiff. I checked inside. Traces of dirt, pine needles stuck to the cuff, some sweat dampness. I felt someone watching me. I looked over my shoulder. No shadow. Leaf summer light shifting through branches. I put the glove in my pocket and started walking back the way I came. But as I did, I noticed that the forest behind me felt changed, denser. Trees seemed to lean inward. Rocks were bigger, closer. The air thickened with pine scent and cold, static humidity. I reached the main trail and exhaled. Steps were steady, but blood pumped loud in my ears. I glanced back once more and nearly jumped. Among distant trees, a dark shape stood under a pine. It was still, stone still, standing upright, human height, but I couldn't make out arms or legs. It felt like a shadow with shape. I froze. Let a minute pass. Then it moved, turned, blended with tree trunks, vanished. I started walking fast, scanning every direction. 5 minutes later, I reached a wide field of grass and low shrubs, the edge of the park. I exited through an old wooden gate, field guide in hand, mushroom basket swinging. I paused outside the park, behind the gate, safe on compact gravel. I looked at the forest's dark mouth, where the trail I'd entered was swallowed by trees. My legs shook, and I tapped my pocket, felt the glove. I pulled it out and turned it over again. I wasn't sure what the figure was: ape, person, camera trick of shadow, hallucination. But the glove said it was something real. A person maybe, someone up high, or watching. Someone who left the glove in tracks, or used those trees to stare down at mushroom hunters. I took a picture of the glove, made a note of the tree I'd seen last, posted the photo on an online foraging group with my GPS location, hoping someone had lost one. I wiped my hands and my skin felt cold. Weeks passed before I went back. I wore boots, carried my phone. I followed the same trail. No prints, no glove, no sightings. But I felt change. I walked faster, my gaze moved. I realized that the thing I saw wasn't supernatural. It was someone maybe living in those woods, maybe mentally unwell, swinging between branches. Or a hunter in camouflage. Or maybe it was a juvenile bear with a broken limb, forced to balance oddly on its hind legs, looking odd from my angle. Maybe the glove belonged to them too, caught, dropped. I left the forest that second time without anything more than secondhand sense and my own rising pulse. But I carried a clearer understanding. It had been real. Not a ghost, not a myth, just a person or animal or both, caught in an awkward moment, vanishing before I could label it. Now when I walk in those woods, I stay near trail markers. I stick to the main paths in daylight. I think of that shape on the branch, 2 legs pumping, arms held out. I imagine the muscles working, the eyes fixed downward, maybe terrified, maybe confused. The ending is clear. I didn't find out what exactly I saw, but I accepted that it was a living thing, real and flesh, not spirit. A person, an animal, or someone in between. And no matter how many guesses I make, I'll never resolve its identity. And that's enough. What I saw was real. It scared me. It reminded me that wild places hold wild lives, not stories. And sometimes they vanish before we can tell the tale. I remember the day vividly, even though it was years ago. The sun was already high, maybe noon, when I climbed in my ranger truck at the small outpost just north of Wyoming's Red Desert. I had 2 weeks off from my usual ranger's duties, chiefly maintenance of trails and seasonal surveillance. So I decided to take the truck, grab my gear, and head southwest along the dirt roads that branched off from the main highway. I'd heard little rumors of curious rock formations and old stock trails, and since the next paved road was 15 or 20 miles away, I figured I'd spend a few days exploring the deep backcountry. My goal was simple: topographical survey, water source checks, and general outback patrol. In reality, I felt drawn by something. Call it wanderlust, call it boredom, call it the need for solitude in wild places. So I filled a gas can, checked the oil, and mounted my spare tire. I loaded water and rations, then pointed the truck southwest. I remember the land opening before me. rolling sagebrush flats giving way to rocky outcrops, dry creek beds cutting through mesas, fins and fins of wind-swept sandstone. About halfway through the day, I detoured off the main dirt route and headed into narrower, more primitive roads. I had a NavPro GPS device, but it rarely knew the exact track. I relied on topo lines and the 7-day map I kept in my pack. The sun softened into warm, late afternoon gold by the time I hit a junction that hadn't been on my map. One fork continued west. Another climbed east into a canyon. I chose east. That canyon was narrow, looming walls of red and gray. Loose rock littered the drive. My truck bounced hard, dust drifting out the windows. My boots rattled on the floor. I kept the truck in low range, careful. The canyon rose steadily, and as I climbed, I thought I spotted movement atop the ridges, maybe sheep, maybe pronghorn. But I didn't care much. I knew wildlife was active late afternoon. I kept going until maybe 10 miles in, the canyon widened and leveled off. I stopped the truck, shut the engine, and stepped out. Breeze was warm but dry, carrying distant creaks of rocks cooling in the shade. I pulled my ranger hat down and scanned the plains. That was when I first saw the pillars, one, then two, then three, strewn across a sandy flat, maybe a quarter-mile off the old 2 track. At first glance, I thought, cairns. But as I got out binoculars, they looked different. Tall, maybe 6 or 7 feet. Each standing alone, built of flat sheets of rock stacked into round towers. And each had a square hole carved at eye level. I clicked the hood latch shut, grabbed my pack, and walked toward them, mind buzzing. Each pillar was perfectly shaped, not crude, but precise. I reached the first one. Flat shales stacked in rings, almost mortarless. The square hole was cut cleanly. 4 straight edges, 90-degree corners. I shone my headlamp through it. It framed everything perfectly. I could look all the way through. I crouched, touched the surface. No mortar, no binding agent apparent. Just rock to rock. Some stones had chips and veins. Pink quartz, purple shale. Each layer looked meticulously placed. My pulse quickened. This wasn't natural. Some passerby, an artist, a loner, someone had built these. But why? They were out here, in the desert. Each pillar separated by maybe 200 to 500 yards. I counted 4 from this vantage, forming an arc. My goosebumps responded to a whisper of wind. I circled each pillar slowly. No inscriptions. No footprints besides mine. No trash or camp debris. It felt like a ritual site, or a measurement device, or something else. I didn't know. At the 5th pillar, I noticed the plants. Around its base, the sagebrush and rabbit brush and little bunch grasses grew in tight concentric arcs, almost cultivated. It looked like someone had trampled the ground between layers, or like the soil composition had changed. I pulled out my notebook. I sketched each pillar, noting alignment, shape, relative spacing, and distance. I took photos. The sun was dropping. My GPS logged their coordinates. Then I noticed the 6th pillar at the far edge, pointing directly at a cabin-shaped structure silhouetted on a distant rise. I rechecked my compass. All pillars oriented toward that building. I could barely see it. A square roof, a single chimney perhaps. It sat alone on a distant mesa. I felt the distance, a few miles of desert. No roads led to it. I wondered if anyone still lived there, or visited. I returned to my truck before dusk closed in. I drove a bit before finding a campsite by a shale bluff. I slept shallow, awakened by wind rattles. Dawn came brisk, pinking the horizon. I didn't want to leave the site yet. I wanted more time. I mapped out the other pillars, checking if there were more beyond the arc. I found 6 in total, each consistent. 6 to 7 foot tall, 3 foot diameter, square window, 1.5 feet across. Over the next 2 days, I returned several times. I surveyed the cabin. It was abandoned, boards sagging, windows broken. No smoke stains, no tools left about. But it faced the largest pillar directly. I got close enough to see within 20 feet. Dry weeds in a living room, upholstery decayed, but walls still standing. No notes, no letters, no sign someone lived recently. I noticed the soil. Around the pillars, The plants seemed perked, healthier than the sun-baked surroundings. I took soil readings. pH slightly higher, moisture fractionally more, enough that vegetation was subtly denser. That was odd, given shade inconsistency. Yet measurements confirmed. I theorized water might collect under the pillars. Rock ring planting, shading soil, rain channeled, held moisture. Who knew? I documented everything. Photos, GPS tracks, soil data, sketches. I left a can of water in the cabin, just in case. Packed up and headed back to station. I filed a preliminary report, but I decided not to publicize. Rumors spread too fast. I didn't want hikers trumping in here. Weeks later, I returned with colleagues, 2 rangers and a geomorphologist. We measured pillar thickness, rock composition, thinly layered shale native to nearby ridge. They were flat sheet sedimentary shale. That was puzzling, each sheet maybe half-inch thick. Building a circle meant splitting, selecting, stacking. That takes time and care. We found no tool marks. The square windows showed no chisel evidence. Edges are wind-rounded rock. We mapped the alignment. Each pillar centered on the cabin's single window frame, like telescopes pointed inward. We made 3D models. The biggest mystery, no mortar or structural bonding. But wind didn't topple them. We consulted local history. No records of ceremonial rings. No homestead. The cabin was post-World War II, maybe 1940s, 50s era. Pillars might be older or contemporary. Hard-to-date rock. No oral history, they were off-grid. No evidence people camped around pillars. I came home puzzled. I still think about the pillars. Months passed. Spring came again. I returned solo one morning. I stood inside the square now. Sunrise light framed the distant cabin's window. Perfect symmetry. As I watched the sun rise, I realized these pillars tracked the sun. Maybe they marked solstice, equinox angles. The square windows allowed sunrise in particular dates. The faint arcs suggested seasonal calendar markers. That made sense. Ancient hunter-gatherers tracking seasons. But why use thin shale? And why near an abandoned cabin? And that's when the final piece clicked. I climbed into the cabin. I looked at the charred fireplace. Someone used it decades ago. And I found ashes, mixed in some plant fibers. I collected them for analysis. Weeks later, lab results came back. Pueblo-style corn pollen, dated around 700 to 900 CE. The cabin was built later, but the pillars older. Maybe 1,000-year-old artifacts were used by someone mid-20th century. Perhaps Homesteader kept them as markers, built a house for protection, never spoke of them. That felt the most real. No ghosts, no myth. Just people. Ancient tribes building rock calendars. A homesteader building a cabin and silently honoring the site. And eventually, one lonely ranger stumbling on secrets of time. I filed a full report. Maps, models, soil, pollen, radiocarbon dates. The archaeological office cataloged it. They planned formal excavation. I handed over all my notes. Last I heard, small crew returned and fenced the site to protect it. No tourists allowed yet, but photos leaked. The cabin will be stabilized, the pillars documented and maybe restored. I've accepted the answer. These pillars were sacred ancient markers, reused by later residents. No haunting, no monster, no fairy tale, just people time. The name of the place is Lake Morana, though most people around here just call it the lake. It's maybe an hour and a half from the city, tucked far enough into the woods that you lose cell signal by the time you're halfway up the dirt access road. I first heard about it from my brother. He took us there one summer when I was in high school, just for the day. It was beautiful in that empty, almost too still kind of way. Pines packed thick against each other, old picnic benches warped and splintering from years of weather. And the lake itself, a long, glassy stretch of water with a shoreline that bent just enough to feel like something was always hidden behind the trees. But it wasn't the scenery that stuck with me. It was the story. Everyone around here knows it, or at least some version of it. Years back, maybe a decade or two, no one's ever specific, a family died out there. Not from drowning or hypothermia, or anything usual. They were camping near one of the old ranger cabins on the far side of the lake, a part of the forest that doesn't get many visitors anymore. People say they were mauled by a bear. The mom, dad, and their kid, a boy, were all found dead. What was left of them, anyway? Torn up, dragged into the brush. There were reports, sure. It made the news at the time. Bear attack near Lake Morana. Local family found dead in wilderness campground. One of those short news cycles that hits and vanishes. But around here, it didn't go away. People talk, and the story changed with time. Whispers of screams heard at night. Lights near the cabins. Some say they've seen shapes in the windows or heard a kid crying. But it wasn't the ghost stuff that scared me. That kind of thing's easy to ignore. What stayed in my head was how violent it was. I read the report once, years after. The bear theory was just that, a theory. No one ever found the animal. The wounds didn't line up. Rangers who'd been on the scene described it as excessive, unusual. One even said it looked like the bodies had been moved, staged. Then there were the other stories. The stuff no one wanted to put in writing. People in robes. Strange symbols etched into tree trunks. Animal bones in perfect little circles, half buried in the dirt. Chants echoing across the lake. My older brother, the same one who drove us up there once, wouldn't stay past sundown. Not after what our other brother told us. He'd gone on a night hike with some classmates, a dumb tradition some local schools had. They were maybe a mile down an old service road when they heard it. Chanting, not loud but rhythmic. Human voices, not like drunks partying in the woods. This was something else. Then they saw them. People standing across the road. Long robes, hoods, no flashlights, no movement. Just standing and chanting. My brother and his friends turned off their headlamps, crouched low, and didn't move until the chanting stopped. When they finally got back to the van, no one said a word the whole ride home. Years passed. I went on with my life. But that place, it stayed in the back of my mind. I became a seasonal ranger after school. Not because of any grand dream, but because I liked the quiet. Like being outside. Like not dealing with people. I bounced around from forest to forest. State parks mostly. Then one spring, I got placed near Lake Morana. Not at the lake itself. Those cabins hadn't been used in years, but close enough that I knew I'd end up hiking around it at some point. The first few weeks were uneventful. My station was about 5 miles south of the lake, in a newer structure used mostly for maintenance runs and trail inspections. The lake area had fallen into a sort of gray zone, officially still part of the protected land, but off limits to campers due to ongoing wildlife concerns, which was code for we don't want to deal with whatever's out there. Most rangers left it alone. Some joked about it. Others didn't talk about it at all. The guy who trained me told me to stay away from Morana unless you're looking for trouble. I laughed it off, but I kept my distance. Until late May. There had been reports of illegal campfires. Smoke sightings near the northeast edge. That was where the old cabins were. Protocol said it had to be checked out. So I packed light, left early, and hiked in solo. The path up to the lake is barely maintained now. Trees crowd the edges, and the old ranger signs are half rotted. It took me 2 hours just to get a view of the water. From there, I cut east, sticking to the old shoreline trail. It was quiet. Too quiet. No birds, no squiddies. Just wind through the trees and the crunch of my boots. I passed 3 broken piers, all half sunk. Found a fire ring, fresh, with still warm ashes. But no people. That's when I saw the first one. Carved into the trunk of a pine tree, just off the trail. A symbol, circular, with pointed edges like a compass rose. Deeply cut, fresh. Not graffiti. Not initials. I'd seen it before, in old case reports and photographs. No one knew what it meant. It wasn't just at Morana either. Similar symbols have been found near other sites. Some said it was local cult activity. Others said it was just bored teens. But this one looked recent. Too recent. I didn't call it in. Something told me not to. I kept walking, slower now, hand resting near my bear spray. The cabins appeared suddenly, like they'd been waiting. 3 of them, in a half circle. One had collapsed entirely. The other stood, leaning, shingles missing, doors open. I stepped carefully, boots sinking into soft moss. It smelled like rot and old rain. Inside the first cabin, there were signs of animals, scat, chewed beams, a nest in the corner. Nothing unusual. But then I found something else. Under one of the bunks, a pile of bones. Small ones. Arranged carefully. Cleaned. Not animal kill. Something placed them there. I backed out. It was then that I noticed the quiet had deepened. I stood in the clearing, heart beating in my throat, trying to decide if I should just leave. That's when I heard it. A low hum. Faint but steady. Coming from the direction of the third cabin. I moved toward it, slow, crouched low. The door was half open. I didn't go in. Just leaned carefully and looked through the crack. Empty. But the humming was louder now. Not mechanical. Human. I backed away, turned, and started heading back the way I came. Then I saw them. Across the lake. Maybe 200 yards out. A line of figures, just barely visible between the trees. Standing. Watching. No movement. No noise. I didn't run. I walked. Fast, steady down the trail. I didn't look back until I hit the ridge where the lake dips out of sight. Well, I did. The shoreline was empty. I made it back before dark. I didn't tell anyone. Over the next few weeks, the smoke sightings continued. Other rangers checked them out, but no one got as close as I had. Or if they did, they didn't say. The cabins were never officially reopened. The area stayed marked as unmonitored. Eventually, the sightings stopped. But that wasn't the end. Late that summer, a group of hikers went missing near Moranna. 3 college kids. They were experienced, well-equipped. Left a trip plan. Never came back. Search crews found their packs a mile west of the lake. No blood. No signs of struggle. Just dropped gear, scattered like they'd left in a hurry. We searched for days. Dogs picked up a trail that led to the ridge above the cabins, then stopped cold. Nothing else was ever found. The official story says the forest is dangerous, that animals can act erratically, that weather can turn fast, and people get lost. But I know what I saw. I know what I heard. There's something at Lake Moranna, something older than the cabins, older than the park system. People go out there thinking it's just another forest. They don't come back. Not because of ghosts, not because of monsters, because sometimes the worst things out there are the ones that look just like us. I've worked in forests all across the western U.S., from the redwoods in Northern California to alpine valleys deep in the Cascades. I've camped solo more times than I can count, through storms, in burn zones, along remote ridgelines, even under wildfire smoke thick enough to turn day into dusk. It's not bragging, it's just what the job and my love for the outdoors has required. And through all that, I've never really been afraid, except for one night. One night along the Olympic coast. That place changed something in me, and to this day, I don't talk about it unless someone really presses me. Not because I'm scared of sounding crazy, because it was real and I don't want it to happen again. It was early September, that sweet spot right after Labor Day, when the crowds thin out and the weather usually holds. I had a long weekend and decided to head north, real north. I'd already done most of the coast between Monterey Bay and Astoria. I wanted to see the Olympic Peninsula, really take it in. Rugged cliffs, sea stacks, driftwood, tidipools, and that old growth rainforest spilling right down to the beach. It's something else. You feel like you've gone back in time. I planned a 3-night solo backpack from Rialto Beach to somewhere near the mouth of the Hoh River, depending on tides and trail conditions. I packed light but solid, jet boil, dried meals, layered clothes, rain fly, bear canister. I've done this kind of trip enough to know what works. My plan was to make camp about 9 or 10 miles down the coast the first day, just past Mosquito Creek, a little hike-in spot tucked back against the bluff. I've been told it was remote and quiet. Hardly anyone camped there. That's what sold me on it. The hike-in was beautiful. That whole coastline is like something out of a forgotten world. Giant drift logs piled up like matchsticks, deep tidipools with purple sea stars, anemones that pulse when you brush them. There was a dampness in the air, and the sun came and went behind clouds that always seemed a few seconds away from turning to rain. I passed a few people coming the other direction that first afternoon. Hikers mostly, no other overnighters. I reached the camp around 5 p.m., just as the light was starting to soften. There was a flat spot tucked up on a bluff with a good view of the water and enough tree cover to give me some wind protection. I could hear the tide rolling in steady but not loud. The forest pressed in behind me. Ferns and salal, massive Sitka spruce. Moss everywhere. That smell, wet bark, salt air, and peat is something I'll never forget. I pitched my tent, set up my little camp stove, and had dinner sitting on a log watching the sky turn pink behind a band of low clouds. It was peaceful, not a sound besides the distant rush of waves and the occasional caw of a gull or raven. By 8:30 it was dark. The coastal woods get real dark real fast. The kind of dark where your headlamp beam seems to dissolve into the air instead of lighting it. I did what I always do, brushed my teeth, packed everything scented into the bear canister, and wedged it tight between some drift logs. No campfires allowed that time of year, so I crawled into my tent, zipped up the fly, and lay down with a book on my phone until I started dozing off. I don't know how long I was asleep. Could have been midnight. Could have been 3 a.m. But I woke up suddenly. Not groggy, not slowly, just awake. Instantly. Like flipping a switch. That doesn't usually happen to me unless something's off. My eyes opened into pitch black, and I could feel my heart was already going, thumping fast and tight in my chest. I lay there for a few seconds, completely still, trying to figure out what had pulled me out of sleep. Then I heard it, movement, just outside the tent. Slow, deliberate, heavy. At first, I told myself it had to be a raccoon. Maybe a deer. Something common. Something that made sense. But then it stepped again. Asterisk, asterisk, thud, asterisk, asterisk. And it sounded heavier than any raccoon. Way heavier than a deer. More like something human-sized or bigger, but moving differently. More cautious. Like it was testing each step. I sat up and grabbed my little battery lantern, the kind with the dimmer switch built in. I turned it on low, just a soft yellow glow to see by, and started reaching for the zipper of the tent. That's when I heard it. The growl. Low. Deep. Wrong. I don't mean a bear huff or a cougar scream. I've heard both. I've even had black bears come into my camp before. This was different. This was like the sound a diesel engine might make if it could whisper. It vibrated in the ground and seemed to come from inside my own ribs. A warning. A threat. A message that I didn't belong here. Before I even realized I was doing it, I dropped the lantern and hit the ground flat, crawling on my elbows until I could reach the light and twist it off. Everything in me was screaming asterisk, don't move. Don't breathe. Don't make a sound. Asterisk. The moment the light went out, the sound stopped. No growl. No footsteps. Just absolute silence. Not even wind in the trees. Not a bird. Not the ocean. Nothing. I lay there for what must have been 2 hours, maybe more. Wide awake, every nerve stretched thin, listening with every part of me. My heart was thudding so loud, I felt like it might give me away. But nothing else happened. Eventually, the first gray light of dawn started to seep through the nylon. That blue-gray haze that means the night's finally over. I sat up slow, stretched my legs out, and unzipped the tent like I was disarming a bomb. I stepped outside and took a long look around. The forest was still and empty. Driftwood logs, fir and sand that tied out low. Nothing seemed disturbed. I walked the perimeter of my camp, checked behind logs up the trail along the bluff. Not a single print. No broken branches. No scut. Nothing. It was like the night hadn't happened. But I know what I heard. I know what I felt. Epoch Kid fussed. Didn't even boil water for coffee. Just slammed an energy bar, stuffed everything in my pack, and hiked out with my head on a swivel the whole time. When I reached the ranger station near Forks, I decided to stop in. Just wanted to ask, casually, if they'd had any reports of large animals in the area lately. I didn't give them the full story at first. Just asked about bears or maybe a rogue elk. The ranger at the desk gave me a confused look and said they hadn't had anything unusual. No bears spotted on that stretch of coast in over a month. No mountain lion sightings either. When I hesitated and started to tell him about the growl and the footsteps, I saw something shift in his face. Not fear exactly, but discomfort. Like he knew what I meant, but didn't want to say it. He got quiet for a second, then told me he'd go check it out himself, just to be safe. Said he'd radio in if he found anything. I sat on the porch outside for about an hour while he drove off in a Jeep. We came back. He looked off. Not scared, just unsettled. He didn't say much. Just said he didn't find anything and that maybe it was just a dream. But it wasn't. I've replayed that night in my head hundreds of times, trying to figure out what could have made that noise. What kind of animal moves that quietly, but with that kind of mass? What could growl like that, slow, steady, full of intent, and leave no trace? The best I've come up with is that it was some old predator, something that doesn't show up in pamphlets or park maps. Maybe a bear that's learned how to stalk. Maybe a rogue cougar with some deformity. Or maybe just something that doesn't care if you believe in it or not. I never camped on that stretch of coast again. I've gone back, but only for day hikes. I'll walk out along the tide line and feel that weird pressure start to build in my chest the closer I get to the place I camped that night. And I turn around. Every time, because whatever I heard, whatever stepped through that forest and let out that sound, it wasn't afraid of me. And I don't think it wanted me there. I've worked outside for years, camped alone more nights than I've slept in a bed some seasons. I've spent time out in forests where the only lights are the stars and the only sounds are wind and animals moving through brush. I'm not afraid of the dark. I'm not afraid of the woods. I'm not afraid of being alone. But this trip north stuck with me. Still does. It was late summer when my best friend and I took off from Central California. We both needed a break from the routine and the heat, and it just felt like time to hit the road, head toward Canada, and camp along the way. No real plan, just a shared love of being out there, the open road, and quiet places where we didn't have to see another human if we didn't want to. The first couple days were what you'd expect. Red dirt under the tires, coolers packed with food, maps folded the wrong way, music drifting through the windows. We cut through familiar forests and parks where we'd both worked or volunteered in one way or another. Saw the Sierras in the rear view, crossed into Oregon. But the deeper we got into Northern Territory, those ragged back roads that crawl through the Cascades, the harder it became to find open space. Every site we passed was full. Families, RVs, packed trailheads. We were hoping for something free, or at least tucked away from the crowd. And we were willing to go way off the beaten path to get it. By the third day, we were on some logging road that hadn't seen maintenance in years. No sign, no marker, just a thin break in the trees and an arrow on an old Forest Service map we'd found online. I don't know what it was originally used for, maybe timber access in the 70s, maybe fire suppression. It was barely drivable. More potholes than road. Every turn rattled the truck so bad I thought the axles would snap in half. And the dust, it just hung in the air like smoke, drifting up from the tires and sitting low like fog, even with no wind. On both sides of the road, there were those tall, bare trees. Not dead, just stripped. Maybe lodgepole or white pine, but they were weirdly uniform, too tall and too smooth, almost like they'd been burned or were recovering from bark beetles. But they weren't blackened, just pale, bone-colored, and thin. We drove slow, 5, maybe 10 miles an hour. The forest was so tight it was hard to see far into it, but the light was flat. Everything looked like it had been drained of color. Just gray-brown trees and the same color dirt. And the sky overhead was a dull, overcast, white like a dirty ceiling. My friend was driving, and I was staring out the window, trying to enjoy it, trying to be in it in the way we always are, but I couldn't stop looking for movement between the trees. And every time the truck jerked over another pothole, some broken shadow would flicker through the trees like something tall was standing there. Like people, watching. Of course it wasn't. I told myself. It was just the light. Just our eyes playing tricks. Trees, shadows, dust. The movement was from us, not them. But I couldn't shake it. I didn't say anything. She didn't either. We kept climbing. The road felt like it was going up forever. Every switchback was narrower than the last. Eventually we found a little pull-out, enough room for the truck, barely, with what looked like a game trail or maybe an old skid road leading away from it. There was a dry creek bed on one side, too steep to hike down, and trees thick enough on the other that we couldn't even see sky when we looked up. The first thing I noticed when I stepped out of the truck was the smell. It hit me the second my boots hit the dirt. Thick and sour, like old meat or something left to rot in a wet cooler. But it wasn't strong, just constant, like it was hanging in the air along with the dust, blending into everything. There were no people, no tire tracks, no bird song, just silence. We set up camp because we were too tired to keep going. It wasn't a real campsite. No fire ring, no flat ground. Just a spot off the road with barely enough room to pitch the tent. I used a rock to clear sticks and pine cones, then laid out the tarp and unrolled my bag. My friend cooked something simple on the jet boil, while I shaved my legs with a bar of soap and some cold water in a plastic bowl near the tent, thinking I'd feel cleaner. I ended up just cold. We ate in silence and watched the sky darken. Still no wind, no bugs, no birds. It was like the forest was holding its breath. I've heard of that. How sometimes wildlife goes quiet before a storm or a predator moves through, but it wasn't that kind of quiet. It was emptier. That night, I fell asleep hard. Hiking earlier had worn me out, and that was always the plan. Get to camp, eat, crash. No room for overthinking or creeping myself out. I've slept in worse places, but I woke up maybe an hour after we laid down. Dead still, wide awake. The kind of awake where your body doesn't move, but your ears are tuned to the world. There were sounds outside the tent, not far, right next to us. Crunches. Slow. I stayed still. I told myself it was a deer, maybe a raccoon nosing around our gear. But the steps were heavy. Not big, just deliberate. I couldn't tell if it was 2 legs or 4. There was a brush of fabric or hair against the side of the tent once, and I froze. I didn't breathe. I didn't blink. The first thought that came to me was not bear, not cougar. It was worse. I thought, I hope it's just a bear and not something messed up. And I hated that I even thought that. I was mentally kicking myself for shaving. The scent of soap, even something as simple as that, was like a flag to animals. I knew better. I knew the rules. I should have done it way off-site. I should have buried the water. I waited until the sound stopped, then reached out in the dark to shake my friend awake. She rolled over, grumbling, and I realized, slowly, in the black, that the sounds I'd heard were her. Shifting in her bag, breathing loud. One of her boots had rolled against the tent wall. It was her all along. I let out this weird breath I hadn't known I was holding and laid back down. Still on edge. Still alert. But not scared anymore. Not like I had been. The next morning we packed up early. The smell hadn't gone away. If anything, it was worse. We found a set of old animal bones in the dry creek below the road. Looked like deer, maybe, or elk, but they were scattered strange. Long bones broken, ribs missing. Not chewed. Broken. We didn't talk much until we were an hour or 2 down the road. The trees eventually gave way to newer growth. We found a ranger station and filled up on water, got some directions, and later that day, finally set up camp in a real site near a lake. The sky was blue again. There were birds. Kids laughing a few sites over. Dogs. It felt like the world again. A week later, after we crossed into Canada and looped back through BC, we were talking to a guy in a small gas station somewhere north of Kamloops. He saw the mud on the truck and asked where we'd been. When we described that stretch of forest, the road, the trees, the smell, he nodded real slow and said, "That's primo Bigfoot country up there." I laughed. We both did. It felt stupid to even mention what we felt back then. I don't believe in that stuff. Never have. Not ghosts. Not cryptids. But I do believe in the feeling of being watched. In instincts. In the way your brain can pick up on something before your conscious mind does. And that place, it felt wrong. I don't know why, but it did. It's funny how one night can stick with you. Not for what happened, but for what almost happened. Or what you thought might happen. Fear isn't always about a thing you can name. Sometimes it's the absence of sound, the dust in the air, the color missing from the trees, the way everything looks like a person until it isn't. I've camped a lot since then. Still do. Solo, with dogs, with friends. I'm not superstitious. I don't invite that kind of fear into my head when I'm out in the woods. If I did, I'd never sleep. But I do know this. There are places that feel safe and places that don't. Some forests are quiet and peaceful. Others are quiet in a way that makes you wish for even one mosquito just so you know the world is still alive. I don't go back to that road. Don't even remember exactly how we got there. And that's probably for the best. This weekend I'll be back out again, camped under trees with a fire going, listening to the wind in the branches and the soft pad of deer hooves moving through the brush. Maybe I'll hear something weird. Maybe not. Either way, I'll sleep fine. because now I know what it feels like when something is really off. And that night, that was one of them. I was living in a van back then, tucked up against the edge of a pine forest near Rotorua. It was one of those Department of Conservation (DOC) campsites, basic a long drop toilet and a patch of grass beside the treeline where you could park up for a few nights without anyone bothering you. I've been traveling around the North Island for a few months, moving slow, working odd jobs here and there, and trying to see the country without draining my savings too fast. The van wasn't much. A 90s Toyota Hiace I bought in Auckland for $5,000 from a German backpacker who was flying home. It rattled going up hills and smelled like mildew when it rained, but it was mine, and it had a mattress in the back, a gas burner, a milk crate full of oats and ramen, and a plastic jug for water. Freedom, more or less. That night I'd parked close to the forest line, like I usually did. Gave me some shade during the day and a bit more privacy at night. There were only a few other vans scattered around the site. A couple from France in a battered Nissan Caravan, and two young guys from the UK in a Hilux with a rooftop tent who kept to themselves. Everyone seemed to turn early. By 10, the whole place was quiet except for the wind stirring the tops of the pines and the occasional kiwi rustling around in the underbrush. I'd eaten cold baked beans straight from the can, read a bit of a dog-eared paperback I picked up in a swap box back in Taupo, then stretched out in the back of the van. It was the kind of still night that makes you feel like the whole world's holding its breath. No traffic, no planes, just wind and trees and a big, round moon floating above it all. Sometime in the middle of the night, maybe 1 or 2 in the morning, I woke up needing to piss. I held off for a while, half asleep, hoping it would pass, but eventually the pressure in my bladder won out. I shoved my feet into my jandals, grabbed my hoodie off the hook, and slid the van door open as quietly as I could. The long drop toilet was about 100 meters away, just off a gravel path that cut through the edge of the pine forest. I made the walk a few times before, both during the day and once or twice at night, and it wasn't anything I ever thought twice about. There weren't any big predators in New Zealand. No snakes, no wolves, no bears. The most dangerous thing you'd come across was probably a pissed-off stoat or some farmer with a shotgun if you crossed onto the wrong land. That night, the moon was full and high and bright enough that I didn't bother with the torch. I just kept it in the hoodie pocket in case I needed it. Like usual, the gravel crunched underfoot, soft and regular, as I made my way through the trees. The pine forest wasn't native, a plantation block, I think, with those tall, straight trunks and a floor carpeted with old needles. The scent of pine resin hung in the air, sharp and sticky sweet. The trees stood close together, so the moonlight filtered through in broken shafts that shifted as the branches swayed. It was quiet enough that I could hear the distant rustle of possums in the canopy. I reached the toilet without incident, stepped inside, did my business, and stood there for a moment afterward, letting my eyes adjust again before heading back. It was colder now, the kind of damp cold that sinks into your bones, even under a hoodie. I could hear something moving faintly out in the woods to my right. A scuffling sound, like something rummaging through the leaf litter. Possums, most likely. I started back, toward the van, walking a little slower now that I was fully awake. The forest always felt a little different at night. Less like a place and more like a presence. I don't mean that in a spooky way, not ghosts or spirits or anything like that. Just that the dark seemed to fill the spaces between the trees in a thicker way than light ever did. Even with the moon up, it was like walking through the ribs of some sleeping animal. I was maybe halfway back, somewhere near the point where the gravel path curved slightly before opening into the campsite clearing, when I caught it. A flicker of movement, just the smallest shimmer of something off to the left, deeper in the pines. I stopped walking automatically. Didn't know why at first. Just felt it. That sense that something had changed in the air around me. I turned my head slowly, keeping my body still, and looked toward where I'd seen the flicker. Eyes. 2 of them. Big and round and green. Lit from within like cats' eyes caught in a headlamp. Not moving. Just watching. Hanging in the dark about 8 feet off the ground. Too high for a person standing. Too far apart for a bird. And too still. I didn't move. Didn't breathe for a second. My brain was still trying to catch up. I told myself it was probably a possum. That's what made the most sense. But possums don't sit that high, and those eyes were big. Too big. Still, I wasn't about to bolt just because of a pair of lights in the dark. I reached slowly in my hoodie pocket and pulled out my torch. Just one of those small, aluminum LED ones from a hardware store in Hamilton. I clicked it on and raised it toward the eyes. The light hit the creature square in the face. It was a possum. A fat, bloated possum with greasy gray fur and a patchy tail, sitting on a thick pine branch about 8 feet off the ground, wedged in the crook where it met the trunk. Its face was round, with whiskers bristling, and its eyes reflected the light like twin emeralds. It didn't flinch or move or act scared. Just stared back at me like I'd interrupted its dinner. Because that's exactly what I'd done. The thing was stuffing its face with something. Pine needles, maybe, or the remains of someone's thrown-away sandwich. I couldn't tell from that distance, but its cheeks were puffed out and its paws kept moving between its mouth and whatever it had clutched against the branch. I stood there for another minute, letting the adrenaline drain out of my limbs. I gave a quiet exhale and shook my head. Just a possum. A big one, sure, and perched way higher than I would have expected, but nothing dangerous. Nothing weird. Just one of the hundreds of scruffy marsupials that roam around the New Zealand bush after dark. I switched off the torch and tucked it back in my pocket. The eyes vanished into blackness. I could still hear it chewing a wet, crunching sound like someone biting into an apple. I walked the rest of the way back to the van with my hands in my hoodie, the gravel crunching under my feet again, a bit more slowly this time. The trees felt taller on the way back. Closer, maybe, like they'd leaned in a little while I was distracted. When I slid the van door shut and climbed back under my blanket, I lay there for a while staring at the ceiling, heart still beating faster than I'd have liked. Not because I'd been in danger. I knew I hadn't. But because the mind doesn't always listen to reason when it's standing in the woods alone at 2 in the morning, staring at eyes in the dark. The next morning, I walked back to the spot with a mug of instant coffee in hand. Just wanted to see it again in daylight. There was a branch about 8 feet up, sure enough, but it looked higher than I remembered. I stood there for a minute, sipping the bitter coffee, looking at the thick bed of pine needles on the ground, listening to the wind moving through the trees. It wasn't a scary place in the day. Not really. Just a patch of managed forest, full of birdsong and filtered sunlight and that thick, earthy smell of decomposing needles. But I thought about those eyes again, about how long the possum must have been sitting there watching me before I noticed. It's not a dramatic story. No monsters. No ghosts. Just a possum. But sometimes it's not about what you see out there. It's about how long it's been watching you before you do. And that was enough for me to start carrying the torch in my hand next time. I hadn't been married even a week when my wife and I rolled into Sewanee River State Park in North Florida. It was late October, and we'd picked the place because it was far enough from home to feel like a real trip, but close enough that if we needed to bail for any reason, we could be home in a few hours. We were in our mid-20s, poor, scrappy, and stupid in that way you only are when you're young and don't know how lucky you are to be alive. The plan was to spend 3 nights camping in the park. No cell service, just some old gear we'd borrowed from a friend and a trunk full of chili, hot dogs, and cheap marshmallows. The idea was to get away from everything, phones, people, wedding stress, and just be together, out in the trees with no one around. We pulled into the park just after 3 p.m. The entrance was quiet. A faded green sign pointed to a small building near the gate, a ranger station that looked like it hadn't been painted in a few years. It was off-season, and the place was dead quiet. You know, the kind of quiet that doesn't feel peaceful, just still. The kind where even the wind feels like it's holding its breath. A guy came out of the building to check us in. He was tall, maybe 6'3", lanky, with a sun-leathered face and watery blue eyes that never seemed to blink. He wore the right uniform. Ranger patch, name tag, the whole thing, but something about him was off. His movements were stiff, like he wasn't used to using his body around people. Or like he wasn't used to people at all. We gave him our names and reservation, and he just stared at us for a second longer than he should have before asking questions. You folks got a dog? He asked. I shook my head. Any firearms with you? Again, no. What about protection of any kind? My wife and I looked at each other. No, I said, a little confused. We're just camping. He nodded slowly, like he didn't believe us. We locked the front gate at night, he said then. Padlocked. Doesn't open until morning. That caught me off guard. What if someone has an emergency? You're the only ones in the campground tonight, he said. He said it like it was supposed to make me feel better. It didn't. He handed us a worn campground map and circled site number 7 with a pen that barely worked. You're out by the river. Best site in the park. We didn't argue. Just thanked him and drove on in. The park road was long and winding. We passed a few trailheads, some old picnic shelters, and what looked like a canoe rental place long since shut down. There weren't any cars in the lots. Not one. I remember looking out the window and thinking, it's beautiful, but where the hell is everyone? The sun was low when we pulled into site number 7. It was set back in the trees with a fire ring, a beat-up picnic table, and a view of the Suwannee River through a thick tangle of cypress and oak. There were no other campers, not in the next site, not across the road, not anywhere. Just us. I didn't say anything to my wife about the weirdness. It was our honeymoon. I didn't want to sour it with paranoia. We pitched the tent, got out our cooler, and tried to make a meal. Wind picked up not long after sunset. The kind of gusts that knock over your stove and send napkins flying into the brush. I chased down a pot lid twice before giving up. The chili was lukewarm and the hot dogs half-burnt. We laughed about it at the time, but something about the place was already working on me. I could feel it in my back teeth. That kind of deep, quiet pressure that builds when your body knows something before your mind catches up. It got dark fast. No moon that night. And with the trees overhead, it felt like someone had pulled a black tarp over the whole park. We got the fire going stronger after dinner and sat close, trying to warm up and shake off the chill that had crept into the air. That's when I saw him. I got up to grab something from the car. When I turned back toward the fire, I caught a shape behind one of the big pine trees across the clearing. It wasn't an animal. It was a man. Thin build, pale shirt, just visible in the firelight, but only from the side. He was watching us, not moving, not making a sound. At first I thought it was another camper, maybe lost or just wandering. But I knew. Asterisk, we were the only ones in the campground star. The ranger had said it, and I hadn't seen a single other soul on the drive-in. I called out. Not a word, just a kind of loud hey that echoed off the trees. The figure stepped back, slowly, and tried to act like he was just passing through. He turned and walked off toward the road without saying anything. Didn't wave, didn't acknowledge me, just walked like nothing had happened. But he wasn't just walking by. He'd been watching us. I went back to the fire and sat down. My wife asked what it was, and I told her not to worry. Just someone heading to the bathroom, maybe. But I knew I was lying. I knew that wasn't right. 10 minutes later, I looked over my shoulder. He was back. Only this time, he was behind a different tree. Same distance from camp, but on the opposite side. Same stance, half hidden, still watching. Like he didn't know, or didn't care, that I'd seen him before. It was him, the ranger. I didn't say a word this time. Just stood up slowly and walked toward the fire ring like I was adjusting something. I grabbed the metal poker from the fire and held it in one hand, like I was just stoking the coals. I glanced sideways. He was still there. When I turned to face him, he ducked behind the tree and started walking again, heading off at an angle toward the edge of the campground. Same thing, slow, casual, like he hadn't just been lurking behind a tree 10 feet from our fire. I didn't go after him. I didn't want to turn my back on the woods. I went back to the tent and told my wife we needed to pack up. Now, she didn't argue. She'd seen enough of my face to know it was serious. We moved fast. Tent stakes yanked out, bags tossed into the back of the car without folding or organizing. Everything dirty, everything rushed. I dropped the rain fly still wet with dew into the trunk and slammed it shut. We were both breathing hard. Not scared exactly, but running on adrenaline. That cold, buzzing kind of energy that kicks in right before you either fight or bolt. We drove straight to the front gate. That's when we saw the padlock. The chain had already been wrapped around the metal arms of the gate. The padlock was shut tight. He'd already locked it. It was maybe 9:15 p.m. I got out of the car and walked up to it, flashlight in hand. The lock was real, big and rusted and solid as hell. The kind they use on industrial yards or livestock pens. I jiggled it once, hoping maybe it was just hung there, not closed. No luck. That's what my wife said it. Just one sentence. We still have the bolt cutters in the trunk. We'd packed them months ago, left them buried under the spare tire after helping a friend move. Forgot about them. Until now. I popped the trunk, yanked up the liner, and there they were, 36 inches long, heavy as hell. I walked back to the gate and didn't hesitate. One bite, and the lock cracked with a loud clank that echoed all the way down the road. I didn't care. We swung the gate open, drove through, and didn't look back. I left the lock hanging on the fence post, snapped in half. I remember the way it looked, twisted and useless like a broken tooth. We didn't say much on the drive out. The road was pitch black, and every shadow looked like a person. I kept checking the rear view, expecting to see headlights or someone running down the road after us. Nothing. We drove all the way to a roadside motel off I-10, paid cash, and locked the door behind us. Didn't even shower. Just collapsed on the bed and stared at the ceiling, heart still pounding. We never reported it. Never called the park office or the state or anyone. I think part of me didn't want to know what might have happened if we'd stayed. And another part knew no one would believe us. But I do know this. The guy had no reason to be hiding behind trees like that. None. He wasn't checking on campers. He wasn't doing a patrol. He was watching. And we were the only ones in that park. It's been 21 years. We've camped all over since then. National parks, backcountry trails, desert bluffs, mountain ridges. I've never felt that kind of cold in my bones again. Never seen someone move like that. Too quiet, too slow, too deliberate. Sometimes I still think about that second time I saw him. The way he was in a completely different part of the woods, same distance away. Like he knew our blind spots. Like he was testing us. We got out. We were lucky, but I haven't been back to Florida since. And I never camped without bolt cutters in the trunk. I was 13 years old when I first learned what real fear felt like. Not the kind of fear that comes from watching a horror movie or hearing an old campfire tale. I mean real fear, the kind that tightens in your chest and sits like a stone in your gut, keeping you awake long after everyone else has drifted off. I've spent years outdoors since then, in parks, forests, and reserves, and I still haven't felt anything quite like that night in the Bushveld. It was late autumn in South Africa. The days were still warm, but at night the air dropped just enough to remind you it wasn't summer anymore. Our school had organized a camping trip for boys in our year. Somewhere between 40 and 50 of us, crammed into trucks and buses, then unloaded into a national park I won't name. Not because it doesn't deserve it, but because I want the memory to stand on its own, stripped of decoration or marketing. The trip was meant to teach us self-reliance and teamwork. We'd hike from point to point, setting up camp at new spots every day. The first 2 nights we were in cabins, wooden bunkhouses with mosquito netting and gas lanterns. But on the 3rd and 4th night, we switched to tents. They weren't personal tents like the kind you'd buy in an outdoor store. These were big, open canvas structures, more like canopies with side flaps that could be tied down to keep rain out. They didn't have floors. They weren't sealed. They were just enough to keep the dew off your sleeping bag, but nothing more. Each tent held around 15 boys, give or take. We arranged our sleeping bags in rows, with bags and boots between us. It felt chaotic, but it worked, at least on paper. The teachers were nearby in their own small tent, and a couple of older guides who worked in the park stayed in a lean-to not far off. We didn't know them by name, but they were there just in case. At 13, that was enough to reassure most of us. That night, the one I'll never forget, was our first real night out in the open. We'd set up camp near a river that curled lazily through the bush. It was the kind of river that looked safe from above, clear, slow, almost shallow, but everyone knew crocodiles sometimes used it as a corridor. Still, the guides told us the bend we were at was safe for washing up and wading. It was wide, and the water wasn't more than ankle deep in most places near camp. We still kept to the gravel banks and made noise when we went near it, out of habit. That evening, we cooked dinner over a communal fire. It was simple stuff, canned beans, maize meal, a few grilled sausages that had been thawing since morning. We were exhausted from hiking, our clothes damp with sweat, the red dust of the trail clinging to our ankles. The sun dipped below the trees early that night, and with it came the insects. Big ones, moths the size of your palm, beetles that clattered like pebbles when they hit the tarp. We tried to ignore them. I remember sitting near the fire, brushing grit off my boots when I heard it for the first time. A laugh, high-pitched and unnatural. It came from somewhere beyond the tree line, in the direction the river bent around a thicket of knob thorns and camel thorns. It was distant, but it carried easily in the dry air. I froze for a second, not sure if it was a bird or a person, but then it came again. A hollow whooping sound followed by that cackling, unmistakable staccato. A hyena. You don't mistake that sound once you've heard it. It's not like a dog or a jackal or even a lion's call. It's strange, mocking, like something that's laughing at you and knows you can't do a thing about it. Some of the other boys had noticed it too. A few were quiet, others tried to act tough, cracking jokes or mimicking the sound. But none of us laughed for real. The teachers downplayed it, said we were in a fenced part of the park, and the hyenas were probably kilometers away. The sound just carried better at night, especially in the bush. Still, they added more wood to the fire and made sure it burned taller. I laid out my sleeping bag near the back of the tent, close to one of the corner flaps that was tied loosely to a bush post. The flap moved in the breeze, letting in cool air and the occasional whiff of smoke from the fire. We turned in early, but none of us really slept. The sound of those hyenas, one at first, then maybe two or three, came and went in waves, never consistent enough to tune out. It felt like they were circling. You'd hear the whoop from the left of camp, then another one later from the opposite side. Maybe the same animal moving quickly, maybe different ones calling out to each other. That's what really started to get under our skin, that feeling of being surrounded. And with no real walls around us, just canvas and poles, we felt exposed in a way we hadn't in the cabins. The teachers must have sensed our nerves. They kept the fire stoked through the night, taking turns staying up, pacing around the tents every hour or so. One of them carried a big flashlight and kept sweeping the perimeter. Another had a metal whistle, the kind you'd use for emergencies. We never heard it blown. Still, the laughing got louder. By 2 or 3 in the morning, I was wide awake. Not just restless, I mean fully alert, my body tense, ears straining for every sound. The bush had gone still, dead quiet except for the fire crackling and the occasional sniffle or turn of a sleeping bag. Then a whoop came from somewhere, so close it felt like it was inside the camp. I held my breath. It came again, maybe 50 meters off, maybe less. Not loud, but clear. At that point, it didn't matter how many fences were between us and the outside. It didn't matter how well-trained the park staff were. What mattered was that we were outnumbered, out of our element, and if those animals really wanted to get to us, we had nothing but nylon, sticks, and firelight to keep them back. They're not like lions. Hyenas don't rely on brute strength. They use strategy. They test weaknesses. They watch for patterns and gaps. You think a laugh is a sign of playfulness, but out there, it means something else. It means they're talking to each other, mapping you out. I didn't sleep at all, just lay there, staring at the tent ceiling, listening. The others fidgeted, whispered now, and then rolled over in their bags. No one said much. By dawn, the calls had stopped. The fire was down to embers, and the air was heavy with ash and damp cloth. A few of us got up and wandered toward the river, rubbing our eyes, stretching sore legs. The guides came around, counted heads, and gave us the go-ahead to freshen up. The river shimmered gold in the morning light. Mist clung to the water, and insects danced above the surface. Most of us stayed close to camp, splashing our faces and rinsing socks in the shallows. A small group, maybe 4 or 5 boys and teacher, walked downstream to explore a bit, maybe 300 feet or so, just past a bend in the river. They came back faster than they left. The teacher was pale. He called over the other adults and spoke low, pointing downstream. The guides went to check but didn't bring us. Eventually, they let us approach in small groups. What we saw stayed with me longer than anything else. On a patch of sand, barely out of the water, was a carcass. Fresh, still pink in places, the ribs glistening. It was an impala, torn to pieces, its spine curved at a strange angle like it had been snapped. There was no meat left on the hindquarters. The belly was gone. The head was still there, eyes open, jaw slack. The sand was disturbed all around it. Tracks, claw marks, drag lines. Some of them were almost the size of dinner plates. It hadn't been there the day before. The guides didn't say much, just told us to stay in camp, pack up quicker than usual, and that we'd hike a different route that day. They weren't panicking, but they were serious. Focused. That carcass had been made sometime in the night. Close enough to hear. Close enough that if one of those hyenas had wandered toward the smell of our sausages, or someone had wandered off to pee in the dark, it could have been one of us lying there. I've never forgotten that night. Not because something happened, but because of what could have. The not knowing. The almost. As a ranger now, years later, I've seen worse. I've seen what a pack of hyenas can do to a full-grown wildebeest. I've seen what happens when people don't respect the distance between them and wild animals. But nothing shakes me like the memory of lying there, 13 years old, hearing them laugh, and realizing for the first time that we're not always at the top of the food chain. That night, we weren't even close. That trip ended without further incident. We hiked out a day early, returned to the bunkhouses, and left the park 2 days later. Back in the city, we told the story over and over. Some kids exaggerated it, added drama, claimed they saw glowing eyes or heard growls right next to the tent. But the truth didn't need dressing up. Just a laugh in the dark, and the sound of bones breaking in the bush. Iowa isn't the kind of place most people picture when they think of wild camping stories. It's not Yosemite or Glacier or the Olympic Peninsula. It's mostly flat, mostly quiet, and most of the time, people leave each other alone. You've got cornfields, you've got the occasional lake, and if you're lucky, you get a decent view of the stars at night. But you don't camp in Iowa for the thrills. Or at least, you're not supposed to. This happened over 7 years ago. I wasn't a full-time ranger yet, more of a summer steward for the parks department. The kind of job where you check on campgrounds, answer questions from tourists, and mostly just walk the trails making sure no one leaves their trash out or tries to start a bonfire when there's a fire warning. Back then, I still believed that most people just wanted a peaceful time in nature, but they'd follow the rules, more or less. But that night cracked something open in my view of people. It was late June. The heat had been bad that week, humid and sticky. You'd break a sweat just standing still in the shade. I was working at a state park near a reservoir. Won't name which, not because I'm scared, just because I don't want some YouTube hiker turning it into a viral camping spot. It was a standard Friday night in terms of crowd. You had your mix of RV folks and tent campers, a couple families doing s'mores, some teenagers sneaking beers and thinking they were subtle. I was off duty, technically camped in one of the ranger-designated sites tucked further back, mostly out of sight. I'd done my last loop at around 9:30 p.m., made sure everyone had water, that fires were low and supervised, and settled in with my little camp stove and a dented steel mug of instant coffee. Around 2 a.m., I woke up. No dreams, no warning, just wide awake all of a sudden like my brain knew something before my ears did. I sat up in my sleeping bag, listening. At first, it was quiet. The buzz of crickets, the rustle of the wind in the trees, the occasional creak of the forest settling into its nighttime rhythm. But then it hit me a scream. Not just a shout, not someone goofing around or hollering for fun. This was raw and painful, full of something that went straight through your chest and made your heart speed up. It echoed off the trees, cracked like a whip through the night air. I was already moving, grabbing my headlamp and boots, pulling on my uniform shirt. I didn't bother with my pack. My radio was clipped to my belt. That was all I needed. The scream came again. Then it turned into retching. A horrible, dry heaving kind of sound like someone trying to cough up their insides with nothing left in them. I followed the noise down the trail toward one of the outermost loops where the park had some of its larger group sites. The layout was dumb, just a wide gravel pad and some picnic tables barely hidden behind a screen of sumac. Not private, but popular because it had its own trailhead access. I could see the glow from fires long before I got there, and it was immediately obvious something was off. There were way too many people. The group limit was 10, maybe 12 if you pushed it. But I counted at least 30, maybe more. Some were sitting around the fire, heads drooped forward like they were nodding off. Others were wandering in small circles, looking lost or laughing at nothing. A few were sitting on the gravel like they couldn't remember how chairs worked. And in the center of it all was the girl, curled over, dry, heaving into the dirt, one hand clutching her stomach and the other clawing at her own chest like she was trying to rip something out. She was maybe 19, maybe, pale and sweating through her shirt, eyes wild, red-rimmed, rolling around like she couldn't focus. Her legs kicked out every few seconds like she was having a seizure, but I knew it wasn't that. I'd seen enough overdoses back home in my little town to recognize the signs. Opiates, bad batch, or too much, or both. And, judging by the way no one around her was doing a damn thing, she wasn't the first one to go down tonight. I stepped in and said the usual, calm voice, asking if they needed help, if she had any medical conditions, if anyone had Narcan. And what I got back made my stomach turn. "She's being dramatic," someone muttered. "She's annoying as hell. Ruining the night. Just let her ride it out." They said it like she was some drunk girl whining about a twisted ankle, not someone possibly dying in the dirt. One of them actually laughed when she screamed again, this horrible, broken noise that sounded like it tore her throat on the way out. I told them I was calling 911. A couple people perked up at that. More than a few took off into the woods, stumbling through the trees like deer spooked by headlights. No one tried to stop me. They didn't even look at the girl. Just try to get clear in case cops showed up. I still remember one guy grabbing a backpack and saying, "I can't get caught again, man," like that was more important than the girl choking on nothing in front of us. Dispatch ansviet fast. I gave them the location, told them it was a possible overdose, unresponsive female, unknown substance, but likely opiates, large group on site, possible illegal use. They said they'd send EMS and a sheriff's deputy. I stayed there next to the girl. I didn't know her name. She didn't say anything, just twitched and whimpered, drooling a little. Her breath came in short gasps like she was trying to breathe through a straw. I rolled her onto her side in case she vomited, kept talking to her even if I wasn't sure she could hear me. I didn't know what else to do. The rest of the group mostly drifted back to the fire or away from altogether. The vibe was surreal, like they were having a party on autopilot while someone died next to them. I noticed little things, bent spoons near the logs, torn baggies, a half-empty bottle of orange Gatorade with a used syringe inside it. One guy tried to light a joint and dropped the lighter 3 times before giving up. The deputy showed up first, maybe 20 minutes later. He came in quiet, cruiser lights off, flashlight swinging side to side as he approached. I flagged him down and pointed him to the girl. He took one look, called for backup, and started trying to check her vitals. EMS came next. 2 paramedics jumped out and got to work, oxygen mask, fluids, blood pressure, the whole deal. One of them asked if we had Narcan. I didn't. The other pulled it from their kit and sprayed it up her nose. She didn't wake up right away. It took a second dose. When she finally did, it wasn't like in the movies. She didn't gasp and sit up. She just sort of groaned and curled tighter into herself. The paramedic kept talking to her, kept her breathing. Meanwhile, more deputies showed up. They started corralling the group, asking for IDs, trying to figure out who brought what, who gave her what, and who the hell thought it was okay to cram 30 people into a 10-person site and dose up like it was a warehouse rave. Most of them gave fake names or no names at all. A few had outstanding warrants. I watched one guy bolt for the tree lean only to get tackled about 10 feet in. They arrested 5 people that night. The rest got citations or warnings, depending on what they were carrying and how much they'd had. The girl was loaded onto a stretcher and taken out. I followed the ambulance on foot back to the park road and stood there watching it disappear around the bend. I never learned her name. They wouldn't tell me. Privacy laws, and I wasn't family. I checked with the hospital later that week. They said she made it. No permanent damage, lucky to be alive. That was all they could tell me. The next morning, the group site was empty. Trash everywhere. Foil, wrappers, cigarette butts, broken bottles. A half-burned sleeping bag soaked in what I hoped was Gatorade. I spent 4 hours cleaning it up with a couple other staffers. None of us said much. It stuck with me. Not just because of the drugs or how close she came to dying. What haunted me was the way they treated her. Like she didn't matter. Like she was just a background prop to their little night of fun. No one held her hair. No one checked her pulse. No one even said her name, not once. People talk about the dangers in the woods like they're bears or cliffs or getting lost in the dark. But sometimes the scariest thing out there is people. Not because they're evil or violent, though sometimes they are, but because they could be indifferent, cold, selfish in a way that makes your skin crawl. Iowa isn't a place I recommend for camping anymore. Not because of the terrain or the weather, because I saw too much indifference in one night to ever sleep easy there again. 7 years later, I'm still a ranger. I've seen a lot worse since then. But that night was the first time I understood that wearing this uniform meant stepping in, even when it's not comfortable, even when you're alone and scared and unsure. Because someone has to. She didn't die. That part helps me sleep. But the way they looked at her, like she was less than nothing, that's what I remember most. And I don't think I'll ever forget it. I've been a backcountry ranger in eastern Oregon for a little over 3 years when this happened. The area I patrolled was massive, covering a patchwork of remote Forest Service roads, high desert plateaus, pine ridgelines, and deep canyons cut by glacial runoff. Most people who think of Oregon picture the lush coastal forests or the Willamette Valley, but this was high country, sparse, dry, windswept, and vast. Some of the smaller drainages hadn't seen people in months, sometimes years. It's easy to get lost out there. Easier still to go unnoticed. It was mid-September when I got a call from dispatch about a hunter's vehicle that had been sitting at the edge of a closed logging spur for over 3 weeks. An old Ford F-250, tags from Idaho, parked half off the dirt road behind a thick screen of lodgepole. A state wildlife officer had marked it with chalk 2 weeks earlier, and someone else, probably another hunter, called it in again when they saw the same mark still untouched. The original report said it looked like someone had driven it in, maybe camped for a day, and never returned. No sign of foul play, just abandonment. It wasn't uncommon during the season. Some guys come in with more ambition than skill, get turned around, then hike out to a highway and hitch a ride. Most of the time the trucks get picked up later. But 3 weeks is a long time to leave a truck, especially one with a rifle case visible in the back window and a cooler still in the bed. I was already assigned to a loop through that area, so I figured I'd swing by on my last day in the field before resupply. I carried 6 days of food, water for 3, a .40 sidearm, GPS, and a radio with spotty reception at best. I also kept a small notepad where I jotted down locations of campsites, fire rings, trash, or anything worth mentioning to my supervisor later. That notepad became pretty important. It took me most of the morning to get to the truck. I left the ranger station at first light and made my way up through dusty switchbacks and steep drainages. The air was cool, that late summer crispness that creeps in when the nights start dropping into the 30s. The sky was a washed out blue, the kind of sky you only get at high elevation with no moisture in the air. When I reached the truck, the first thing I noticed was how untouched it looked. No boot prints in the dirt, no sign of movement. Pine needles had gathered around the tires, and the passenger side door had dust streaks where water had run off during one of the only recent rainstorms. The truck was locked. Inside I could see a hat on the dashboard, 2 empty coffee cups in the center console, and a map laid open across the passenger seat. The rifle case was still in the back window, undisturbed. I wrote down the plate number and took a few photos, noting that the truck hadn't been moved since the first report. I could have called it in and left, but something about it stuck with me. There was no sign the owner had tried to pack out. No footpads leading away from the vehicle. It looked like whoever had parked it intended to return. I figured I'd do a short sweep of the area, maybe walking along the game trail leading west. That was where I screwed up. I didn't leave a note on the windshield or radio in my intended path. I didn't think it would be more than a few hours. That decision ended up costing me a lot more than time. The game trail dropped into a thick stand of second-growth pine, gradually sloping into a shallow draw. I followed it with a slow, steady pace, looking for boot prints, shell casings, cigarette butts, anything. I found an old fire ring maybe a mile in, but it looked weeks old. Dry ash, a few half-burnt logs, one beer can. I marked it in my notebook. Another half-mile, and I started noticing something strange. The forest was unusually quiet. No squirrels, no birds, not even the usual rustle of chipmunks darting through brush. Just wind in the treetops. That's not exactly rare, but it's always unsettling. Makes you feel exposed, like something's watching you. I pushed farther west, downhill into the draw, where I saw a faint trail split off from the main game path. It wasn't marked on any map I had. The dirt looked scuffed, like something heavy had been dragged. Could have been elk, I thought, but the spacing was wrong. Too narrow for hooves, too straight. I followed it. The trail narrowed as it curved into a shallow ravine, choked with deadfall. I had to climb over two large trunks, which looked like they'd been cut, not down naturally. The saw marks were clean, recent. Past that point, the trail dipped into a thicket of scrub and willow, unusually thick for that elevation. I pushed through it, scratching my arms, until I broke into a small clearing. That's when things got weird. In the middle of the clearing was a tarp, green, military style, held down with rocks at the corners. Around it were scattered bits of gear: a camp chair, a Jetboil stove, an empty ammo box, a cracked Nalgene bottle, and a few crumpled food wrappers. No tent, no fire ring. I stepped closer and immediately noticed the smell. Rot. Heavy animal rot. I didn't see a body, but I knew it was nearby. I circled the tarp slowly, careful not to step on anything that looked important. One corner of the tarp had been blown up slightly by the wind, revealing something beneath it. Fabric, canvas maybe. I knelt and lifted it with 2 fingers. Underneath was a hunting pack, partially shredded, dark stains running down the sides. Next to it, a boot. Not a pair, just one. I didn't find the other until I looked under the folding chair. It was still laced. At that point, I backed up and took a wide walk around the clearing, widening my radius. I didn't want to find what I knew was coming, but I had to. Maybe 100 feet from the tarp, I saw something that stopped me cold. A dragging trail in the pine needles, straight as a plumb line, leading downhill toward the ravine's edge. The trail was uneven, like something heavy had been moved. No boot prints, no claw marks, just a deep furrow in the duff. I followed it, hands shaking, sidearm unholstered. The trail ended at a shallow depression under a bent pine, and that's where I found the remains. I won't go into detail. It was a body partially covered in pine boughs, badly decomposed. Animals had been at it. The face was unrecognizable. No ID on what was left of the clothes. But I saw a hunting license in a torn jacket pocket, soaked and fading, but readable. Idaho plates. The name matched the registration from the truck. I stood there for what felt like hours. I radioed in my location, repeating myself until the signal stuck. No answer. I switched to the emergency frequency and tried again. Nothing. I hiked back to the tarp site, shook out my map, and marked both the camp and the body with GPS coordinates. Then I made the decision to stay put until nightfall. It was too late in the day to make it back to the truck, and I didn't want to risk losing my bearings with the light fading. I made camp about 200 yards uphill, just under the tree line. I didn't eat, didn't sleep much either. The quiet was oppressive. Once, around midnight, I thought I heard movement near the clearing, but it was too dark to confirm. I just sat in my bivvy, listening to the wind move through the canopy, hand on my weapon, trying not to let my imagination spiral. At dawn, I packed up fast and moved out. It took me 4 hours to hike back to the truck, and the moment I got close enough for a signal, I called it in. They sent a team out from the district office with recovery gear, and I walked them through everything I found. When the coroner's report came back 2 weeks later, the official cause of death was listed as inconclusive trauma. Not an animal attack, but not a clean fall either. The wounds didn't match a bear or cougar. They were blunt, crushing blows. No bullet holes. Nothing defensive, like he'd been struck by something heavy, repeatedly. Here's the thing. When they went over the site, they found drag marks just like I did. But they didn't find prints. No boot treads, no predator tracks, nothing. Just drag lines. The official story was misadventure. Maybe he fell, hit his head, tried to crawl back. Maybe animals moved the body after death. Maybe. But I kept thinking about that clearing. The tarp, the broken gear, the single boot. The smell. The cut logs. Someone had set up a false site, tried to hide the evidence. Not well, but enough to throw off anyone not looking too close. The weirdest part? The Jetboil stove and the wrappers they found near the tarp. They were dated after the last confirmed sighting of the hunter. A full week after. Someone had been using his camp after he died. They never found out who. No fingerprints, no tire tracks, no witnesses. Just a man who walked into the woods and didn't walk back out. I still think about that stretch of trail sometimes. I marked the spot in my notebook with a simple X. I never went back. Even after I transferred out, I kept the page with the coordinates. I don't tell people this story often. Most don't want to hear it. But if you ever find a truck parked too long on a logging road, maybe just let it be. There's things in the woods that aren't ghosts or monsters, just people. And sometimes that's worse. I started my shift just like I always did, filling my thermos with cheap gas station coffee, checking the weather reports, and heading out to patrol the southern section of the park that ran along the edge of the Highland Ridges. It was early spring, and the last patches of snow were melting into thick slush along the higher trails. Everything smelled like wet bark and pine needles. The air still had a bite to it in the mornings, but the sun had started to hang around longer. That week, I was working solo. We rotated shifts that way, sometimes, depending on how short-staffed we were or how quiet things were expected to be. This section didn't usually get a lot of traffic early in the season. It was mostly locals hiking or backpackers trying to beat the summer rush. The only real maintenance I had to do was checking trail markers, clearing any blowdowns, and making sure the signage hadn't been tagged or torn up by anyone. I've been doing this job for 7 years. Before that, I was in the Forest Service, and before that, I was a wildland firefighter. I'd seen a lot of strange things out in the woods: poachers, grow operations, wreck planes, even a dead body once, but it was a suicide, nothing suspicious. You get used to things that would rattle other people. Still, this particular week stayed with me. I still think about it every time I drive through that southern ridge. It started on a Monday. I was doing my rounds when I found the first one. About 3 miles up the Ridge Loop Trail, I came across a small fire ring. At first, it looked like your usual dispersed camping site. There was no fire restriction in place, and sometimes hikers camp off the trail for the night. But something about it fell off. The stones in the ring weren't local. They were river rocks, smooth and rounded, not the jagged granite we had up there. Someone had carried them in, and they were arranged in a perfect circle. Not just close to a circle, perfect. No ashes or burr marks either. No trash, no footprints in the muddy patches, no signs of someone sleeping nearby. Just that ring, sitting clean and neat like it had been placed as decoration. I took a few photos with the department issue camera and logged it in my notepad. Odd, but harmless. I kicked the ring apart and moved on. I didn't think about it again until the next day. On Tuesday, I headed up an adjacent trail about 5 miles east of the first site. This one was less used, narrower and a bit steeper. I was checking for downed trees when I saw something in a clearing about 50 yards off the trail. I went in to check and found another ring of rocks. Same type of river stones. Same perfect circle. No ashes, no signs of use. Again, it looked placed, not built, not used, just sitting there like a symbol. No footprints leading to it. The soil was wet and soft, but it was like whoever made it never walked through the area. That night, I filed another report and emailed my supervisor. He was out on vacation, but I figured he'd read it when he got back. I didn't get any response, so I chalked it up to kids or some hiker with a weird artistic streak. I left that one intact. I wanted someone else to see it and maybe explain what the hell was going on. On Wednesday, I found a third one. This time, it wasn't just a ring of rocks. It was in a ravine a half-mile downhill from the Bear Creek Spur. The ring was there. Same stones, same shape, but this time, inside it was a small pile of sticks lashed together into a teepee-like shape. The wood was stripped of bark, cut cleanly with a blade, not broken by hand. No burn marks. It hadn't been used as a fire structure, just a display, like something meant to look primitive but precise. Around the outside of the ring were bits of paper. Not scattered trash, but folded squares pinned under small rocks. I picked one up and unfolded it. It was blank. I looked around for cameras or trail cams, thinking maybe someone was filming some strange project, but I didn't see any. No wires, no motion sensors. I left the structure untouched and logged the coordinates. I was starting to get uneasy. When I got back to the ranger station that night, I dug through old reports. I didn't find anything similar, not in the last 5 years, anyway. I asked one of the older seasonal rangers over the radio the next morning if he'd seen anything like that during his years up here. He hadn't. He brushed it off as some art kid trying to make a statement, but it didn't sit right with me. Thursday came, and I decided to hike deep into the far end of the park boundary. It was a full-day hike to the south and near the cliffs, places where hardly anyone went, even in summer. The trail thinned out and eventually vanished in a brush, but I knew the land well enough to navigate without it. It was quiet out there, just the sound of wind through dry branches and the occasional creak of a tree. That's when I found the fourth one. It was in a dry wash, halfway between two ridge lines. This one was massive, maybe 12 feet across. Same river stones, same circle. But this time, in the center, there was a mound of freshly dug earth. Not a pile. Neat, shaped like a dome, with a stick planted in the top. The stick had strips of fabric tied to it. Red, black, and gray. Torn, not cut. The dirt smelled raw, like it had come from deeper down, not just the surface layer. I poked it with a branch, hard-packed, like someone had gone to the trouble of shaping it by hand. No footprints, no tire tracks, nothing. I didn't touch anything else. I took photos and GPS tagged it. I stayed there for a while, just watching the woods, but nothing moved. I felt something heavy sitting in my gut the whole time. I knew I was alone out there. I knew no one was around me, but it didn't feel that way. That night, I couldn't sleep. I kept thinking about those circles, how each one got more elaborate. I wondered if there would be another one on Friday. I wondered if I was supposed to find them. I got up early Friday morning and packed heavy, extra water, MREs, and a sidearm, which I rarely carried. Something about the whole thing had started to feel off. Not illegal, not dangerous in the obvious sense, just wrong. I followed a ridge trail out past the fire road and then cut down through a section of old growth that had barely been touched in decades. Thick moss, cold air, massive ferns. Hard hiking. I didn't see anything unusual for the first couple of hours, and for a while I thought maybe it was over. But then around noon, I came over a rise and saw a clearing about the size of a basketball court. Someone had cleared it. I could tell because the stumps were fresh. Not chainsawed. Hacked, like with an axe or hatchet. The trees were piled in neat stacks at the edge, stripped of limbs. In the center of the clearing was the biggest ring yet. Maybe 20 feet across. River stones again. Inside it was a perfect spiral of branches laid flat and woven into a pattern that hurt to look at. Like it was too precise, too perfect for how chaotic the woods were. And at the far edge of the clearing, up against a stump, was a backpack. I approached it carefully. It was worn, canvas, military style. Faded green. It looked like it had been out in the weather for maybe a week. The tags were cut off. I didn't open it right away. I just stood there, listening. No birds. No bugs. Just wind. Eventually I knelt and unbuckled it. Inside were cans of food, all stripped of labels, a knife wrapped in oiled cloth, and a spiral notebook. The pages were soaked, but I could still make out writing in ballpoint pen. No names. No dates. Just fragments. North Trail. Watch at dusk. They don't look at you if you don't look at them. Digging again. Third night. The rocks are from the river. Not from here. I thought it was a game. It isn't a game. It moves. The whole pattern moves if you stand back far enough. That was the last entry. The next pages were ripped out. I left everything where it was and backed away. I hiked out faster than I probably should have, but I didn't stop until I got back to my truck. I filed a full report that night, flagged it as urgent, and finally got a call back from my supervisor's backup the next morning. They sent out a response team on Saturday. I went with them, marked the locations, and showed them the photos. When we got to the last site, the clearing, it was gone. The trees were still cut, but the ring was gone. The spiral was gone. The backpack was gone. Just a flattened patch of dirt. No sign of the stones. No footprints. No drag marks. We swept the area for hours, but nothing came up. The team took it seriously, but there was nothing to follow up on. No missing persons, no crimes, just strange setups, some logs, and a weird journal. The official write-up called it a possible abandoned camp and art installation. That was it. But I know what I saw. I know that someone was out there. I don't know why they made those circles, or who they were trying to keep away, or attract. But it felt deliberate, planned, like a process being carried out one piece at a time. I put in for a transfer not long after that. I'm stationed further north now, where the woods are still thick but quieter. I don't talk about it much. The photos are still on my old hard drive, but I stopped looking at them. Sometimes at night, I think about the way the sticks were laid out in that spiral, how the pattern seemed to hum if you stared at it long enough. Like it wasn't just decoration, like it was a signal. I still don't believe in the supernatural. I've never seen anything I couldn't explain with enough logic and time. But whatever happened that week, it wasn't a ghost. It wasn't a cryptid or some horror movie monster. It was a person. I started the season at a mid-sized national forest out west, not far from the Nevada border. It wasn't a famous place, no big mountains, no waterfalls that made postcards, but had long dirt roads that stretched for miles, scattered campgrounds, dry pine forests, and quiet, dusty trails that only locals or serious solitude seekers ever used. My job was basic but steady. I maintained the backcountry campsites, cleared fallen branches from fire roads, checked permits, and occasionally packed out trash left by people too lazy to follow leave no trace. The first 2 weeks were smooth. Cool mornings, long days, quiet evenings. Just the sound of wind slipping through the pines and the scuff of gravel under my boots. I usually worked alone. I preferred it that way. Most of the other rangers were on the northern side of the forest, closer to the visitor center and the popular lake. I was farther south, more remote, fewer people, which meant more time to think and fewer distractions. The area I was assigned to patrol had about 9 marked campsites, all pretty far apart from each other, spread along an old logging road that hadn't been maintained since the early 90s. The map still showed the road as open, but any truck that tried to take it all the way through would bottom out or lose a tire before the second bend. Most people hiked in or came by bike. I had a Forest Service truck that could take a beating, but even I had to walk the last few miles in some areas. About 10 days in, I was assigned to check on a newer campfire restriction notice that had just gone up. We were in moderate fire danger already, and some campers didn't take it seriously. The order had gone up the day before, so I figured I'd do a sweep through sites 5 to 9 just to make sure no one had ignored the signs and started a fire anyway. It was midweek, Wednesday, and not peak season yet. Most campsites were probably empty. I left early that morning, packed water, my radio, notebook, and a few trail cams that I needed to rotate. I'd camp out overnight if it got too late, but I figured I'd be back before sunset. Sites 5 through 9 were the farthest, about 6 to 10 miles out from the trailhead, depending on which loop you took. It was warm but overcast, the kind of quiet where you notice the sound of your own footsteps. Nothing felt off, just regular forest silence. I liked that. Site 5 was empty. No recent tire tracks, no footprints, no fire rings used. I wrote it down, moved on. Site 6 had a beat-up bike chained to a tree about 50 feet off the trail, but the site itself was clean. Just an old fire ring, no fresh ash, no trash. I looked around a bit, saw some faded boot prints, nothing recent. It might have been someone who came in and hiked out the same day. I took a few pictures, marked it, kept going. Site 7 is where it started to feel off. Not dangerous, not even threatening, just strange. The site was occupied, sort of. Someone had pitched a small 2-person tent, maybe 10 yards off the marked pad. That wasn't totally uncommon, especially with solo campers who liked privacy. But the tent was weathered. I could tell even from a distance that it had been there a while. The color was faded, and the rain fly was loose, sagging in the middle like it had seen too many sunrises. No food hanging, no camp chair, no fire ring used, just that one tent. I called out like we're trained to do. Nothing. I didn't hear movement either. I did a wide circle around it, slow, careful. The zipper was halfway undone, and I could see inside. No one was there. Just a rolled up sleeping bag, a small cook pot, and a few random things. An empty lighter, some torn trail maps, a cracked compass. I backed up, stood for a while listening. Still nothing. It felt like whoever had camped there had either left in a hurry or planned to return and never did. I took photos, logged it. Technically, we're supposed to pack up abandoned camps, but we usually wait a few days to see if the person comes back. I marked it and moved on towards Site 8, maybe another mile or so uphill. That's where I found the dead deer. It was right in the center of the clearing. Site 8 had a decent pad, a bare box, and a bench made from a fallen log someone had chainsawed flat years ago. In the middle of all that was the deer, young, not a fawn, but not full grown either. Looked fresh. No smell yet, but the way it was lying didn't sit right. Its legs were folded neatly under the body, not sprawled like it had run and collapsed. Eyes were wide open, no visible injuries. Just there, like someone had placed it. I walked a circle around it. Checked the brush. No drag marks. No blood. No signs of a predator kill. No broken branches. No scuffle in the dirt. It looked like it had been set down gently. That's not normal. Even natural causes leave signs. Vomit, spasms, some kind of struggle. But this looked too clean. I took pictures. I backed away. There wasn't anything to do but log it and move on. I didn't have cell service out there, and my radio barely reached the repeater on a good day. The policy was to flag suspicious wildlife deaths for the biologist, not try to handle it alone. I wrote a long note in my book and kept hiking towards Site 9. I just wanted to check it and get back before dusk. The whole way there, I felt that hum in my chest. Not fear exactly, but alertness. Like my body had picked up on something my brain hadn't caught yet. Site 9 was completely empty. No sign anyone had ever been there this season. I turned back and planned to loop around a longer trail to avoid going past that deer again. On the way back, maybe a half mile from Site 8, I found a pair of sunglasses lying in the middle of the trail. Not scratched, not dirty, just sitting there. I picked them up, looked around. No one in sight. I pocketed them, marked the GPS, kept moving. The rest of the trail was dead quiet. I made it back to the truck by 6 p.m., legs aching, shirt stuck to my back with sweat. I radioed in, mentioned the abandoned tent and the deer. They told me to swing by HQ in the morning, fill out a report, and leave the tent for now. The next day, one of the biotechs went out to check the deer. When he came back, he looked pale. He told me it was gone. Not just decomposed or dragged off, gone. No bones, no fur, no blood. No signs of a struggle. Just an empty clearing. Same as before. He also mentioned the tent was gone too. I didn't say anything for a second. Then I asked him what he meant. He told me the exact spot I described. Tent, sleeping bag, old cook pot. All of it was gone. No signs anyone had packed up. The bike was still there, chained to the tree. But everything else had vanished. For the next few days, we kept an eye on it. I did the same loop 2 more times. No tent, no deer, no new tracks. Just a bike. Still chained. Still rusting. Still untouched. A week later, we found the sunglasses again, about a mile down the road from where I picked them up the first time. No prints around them. No animal signs. Just sitting there. By that point, I'd stopped trying to make sense of it. I asked to rotate into the northern sector for a while, closer to other people. No one questioned it. We never found out who the tent belonged to. No reports of a missing camper. No registration. No one came back for the bike. It sat there until the season ended, and then it was gone too. Disappeared sometime in late October. No one saw who took it. One day it was there. Next day it wasn't. I still think about that deer sometimes. About how carefully it had been placed. About how quiet it was that whole day. I don't believe in ghosts or monsters. I think someone was out there. Someone living in those woods long enough to know how to move without leaving tracks. Long enough to know when we were watching. Whoever it was, they didn't want to be found. And they weren't. I was assigned to a small ranger station in northern Utah for a 6-month rotation that started in late spring. The station sat just outside the edge of a vast, less traveled section of national forest, thick with lodgepole pine, Douglas fir, and scattered aspen stands that seemed to appear like ghosts when the morning fog curled low over the ridge. The nearest town was about 45 minutes away, just a speck of a place with a grocery store, one gas pump, and a cafe that shut down on Tuesdays. The forest was technically managed, but the deeper pockets didn't see much foot traffic. Most visitors stuck to the campgrounds by the lakes or the easy loops that circled through the lower valleys. I spent a lot of my time alone on patrol. Our team was small, just 3 rangers, and we rotated schedules and areas to cover the terrain. I had my zone in the northeast corner. There were no maintained trails there, just a fire road that twisted up into some of the rockier terrain before fading into overgrown logging spurs. My job was mostly to monitor backcountry conditions, document fire hazards, and check for illegal hunting or dumping. People treated that part of the forest like a no man's land. About 3 weeks into my shift, I got assigned to track down a flag campsite that had shown up on our aerial surveillance pass. Every month or so, a drone sweep would scan the deeper areas of the forest, and this time, it caught a glimpse of what looked like a non-permitted shelter, a blue tarp, possibly a tent, somewhere near Burnt Ridge, a steep brush-choked slope on the east side of my zone. It was supposed to be abandoned, just leftover gear from some lost hiker or squatter. The coordinates were rough, so I packed my overnight gear and planned to hike in early the next morning to investigate. I left just after sunrise, around 5:15 a.m., before the sun had crested over the ridge line. The air was still cold, the dew thick on the branches. I drove my Forest Service rig as far as the logging road would allow, then parked in a washed-out turnoff and started hiking on foot with a topographical map, compass, and GPS unit. The first few miles were uneventful. Elk scat on the trail, bear tracks in the soft dirt near spring. Normal stuff. But once I got closer to the coordinates, the terrain shifted. The forest there felt denser, older somehow. It was less managed, and you could feel it. Deadfall was everywhere. Trees leaned against each other like drunk men. Thick stands of fir blocked out the light, and in some areas, I needed to bushwhack with a machete just to push through the undergrowth. It took me nearly 6 hours to reach the ridge. I was sweating hard, scratched up, and covered in bits of leaves and pine needles. The air smelled like wet bark and rot. Eventually, I spotted the edge of a blue tarp peeking through the trees, exactly where the drone had marked it. It wasn't a full shelter, just a makeshift lean-to pin between 2 rocks, held up by a few broken branches. The tarp was torn in spots and dirty, but definitely placed intentionally. I looked around for signs of campfire or trash, but there was nothing. No wrappers, no water bottles, no footprints, no latrine pit. Just the tarp and a few items underneath. A moldy sleeping bag, a rusted camping stove, and a backpack with no tags or ID. The bag had some granola bars and a set of clothes inside, neatly folded. Everything was old, a little damp, but intact. That's when I noticed something strange. The gear hadn't been ransacked by animals. Normally, if a camp gets abandoned for more than a few days, the critters tear through it, especially the food. But this stuff was just left. It didn't make sense. I radioed to my location and gave a report. Dispatch told me to document it, pack out what I could, and mark the site for retrieval. They didn't consider it urgent. I took photos, logged the GPS data, and hauled the backpack and stove into my gear bag. I planned to hike a little further up the ridge before heading back, but as I was moving around the site, I saw something down the slope. A thin trail through the underbrush, barely visible like someone had passed through there recently. The branches were bent, the ferns crushed. It didn't match any game trail I'd seen, and it looked too narrow for a person carrying gear. Still, something had been through there and not long ago. I decided to follow it. The trail led down a steep draw, covered in loose shale and roots, and dropped into a ravine. The air got noticeably cooler. I slipped once, landed hard on my side, and skinned my elbow on a rock. When I got to the bottom, I found what looked like a small clearing with an old fire ring in the center, blackened stones, and a circle of ash that had been kicked apart. Something about it felt wrong. I knelt down and looked closer. In the dirt, half buried, was a small piece of cloth, canvas or denim. I pulled it out. It was the corner of a jacket sleeve, ripped and stained with something dark. I didn't have cell service, and my radio had gone scratchy about an hour earlier. I didn't want to panic, but I did mark the coordinates and backtracked immediately. It was nearly dark by the time I reached the ridge again, and I made the call to camp there overnight. I didn't want to risk hiking that terrain in the dark. That night, something moved around my camp. It wasn't an animal, at least not one I recognized. The first time I heard it, it was around midnight. Branches cracking, a soft shuffle through the needles. I sat up in my sleeping bag, grabbed my flashlight, and shined it toward the sound. Nothing, just trees and mist. Then, again, closer, like someone stepping around me, slow and careful. I stayed still. I didn't call out. I didn't want to scare a person, but I didn't want to spook an animal into charging either. I waited, gripping my knife, lights sweeping back and forth. After maybe 10 minutes, the noise stopped. Total silence, like the forest held its breath. Eventually, I drifted back to sleep in short bursts, waking up every half hour. At dawn, I broke camp and hiked back to the ranger station, retracing my path and checking the tarp site one last time. Nothing had changed. Back at the station, I turned to my report and logged the backpack and other items into evidence. My supervisor read it over, raised his eyebrows a few times, then nodded. He said we'd flag the area for follow-up, but unless we had a missing persons match, it would be considered low priority. A week passed. Then a hunter showed up at the south gate. He was pale, jittery, said he'd found something weird in a grove about 10 miles south of Burnt Ridge. He didn't go into detail, just gave us the GPS and left. I got assigned to check it out the next morning. I reached the grove by mid-afternoon. It was an old growth cluster, thick trunks, and damp moss everywhere. At first, I didn't see anything unusual, just dense forest and deer tracks. But then I saw it. Half buried beneath a fallen tree was a shallow pit lined with stones. It looked like a fire pit at first, but inside it were bones. Not animal bones. They were small, maybe a hand, part of a rib cage. I didn't touch them. I took photos, flagged the site, and hiked straight back to file the report. Law enforcement got involved the next day. Forensics came in. They confirmed it was human. Over the next month, they found 2 more sites. Same pattern. Shallow burial. Bones. No clothing. No ID. Just fragments. We never found a full body. Never identified anyone. The tarp site, the torn jacket, the bones, it never connected officially. The reports remained separate. No names, no resolution. But I knew they were linked. That first camp hadn't been abandoned. It was left in a hurry. Maybe the person tried to escape. Maybe they didn't make it far. Someone was using that part of the forest. Someone who didn't want to be found. I don't work that zone anymore. I asked for a transfer the following season. Got reassigned to a more populated area closer to the main road. I still think about that ridge. About the quiet footsteps around my tent. About the way the forest watched me. I don't know who was out there, but they were watching too, and they knew the woods better than I did. It was late October when I took overnight patrol at State Forest out in northern Arizona. I've been working as a seasonal ranger for a few years, mostly bouncing around different forests in the west. This area wasn't the thick pine-covered slopes you'd get in Flagstaff. It was lower elevation, closer to desert, but not quite scrubland. You had these pockets of juniper and mesquite scattered over rocky hills, and farther down, dry arroyos and ravines that twisted like veins across the ground. It was supposed to be a quiet post. I was filling in for a guy who'd torn his rotator cuff clearing a downed tree, and they needed someone with patrol experience to do the night shifts. I'd be the only ranger on after dark, mostly watching for fires, poachers, or lost hikers, though the season for tourists was mostly over. I said yes because the paycheck was steady and I liked the solitude. The station was about 20 miles from the nearest town, just a 2-room cabin tucked back from the service road with a truck, a radio, and a stack of old reports from past rangers that nobody ever really read. The first few nights were slow, real slow. I'd check trailheads, drive out to the fire towers, check the gates, and drive back. I'd sleep during the day, wake around 4, and drink coffee as the sun went down. I started noticing how quiet things got out there. Not peaceful quiet, more like something sitting still, waiting. At night, the wind would move through the brush in long stretches, like something brushing past everything all at once. And I'd feel that prickle in the back of my neck like something was watching. Now, I felt that before, plenty of times. You work in remote areas long enough, and you feel it. Could be a mountain lion, could be nothing, but you learn to listen to that feeling. Sometimes it's right. On the fourth night, I was doing my rounds, and I stopped at a fire tower we didn't use anymore. It had been locked up for a couple years, budget cuts or something. The tower sat on a bare ridge, maybe 60 feet tall, still in decent shape. I'd walked the steps up before, just to get the view. This time, I noticed something odd at the base. The lock on the hatch was cut. Not broken, not rusted through. Cleanly cut like with bolt cutters. I walked up the stairs, checking the wood for damage. The air was still. When I reached the top, the hatch was open. I stepped into the cab and froze. Someone had been living in there. It wasn't just litter or an old bedroll. There were tin cans stacked in a corner, a blanket over the broken chair, and a crate turned into a shelf. A thick notebook sat on the floor, its pages filled with handwriting, blocky and rough, like someone who didn't write often. I didn't touch it. I backed out slowly, trying not to breathe too hard. I didn't want to spook whoever had made this place theirs. I did a slow circle around the ridge, but didn't see any sign of someone nearby. I radioed in, gave the location, and asked if there was a record of someone having permission to use the tower. The answer was no. I was told to leave it be and come back to the station. Someone would check it in the morning. That night, I kept looking out the cabin window, expecting headlights or footsteps, but nothing came. I figure it might be a drifter or someone off-grid. Happens more than people think. The next night, I didn't see any signs of them. The tower was quiet. The cans were still there, the notebook untouched. I was supposed to keep patrolling, so I did. I kept a log in my truck of anything strange, and I added it there, unauthorized use of tower, signs of residence, no person located. The week passed, and I stopped thinking about it. Then, Friday night came. I was driving a loop near a remote trailhead about 10 miles from the station when I noticed something that made my stomach drop. There were tire tracks off the service road, fresh ones. I pulled over and got out. They were truck tires, not standard hiker cars. I followed them about 30 yards to where they vanished into the brush. I walked farther in and saw a white pickup tucked behind the trees, covered with a camo tarp. It didn't belong there. I called it in and gave the plate. Dispatch said it didn't match any registered visitors or employees. I waited a bit. No sign of anyone. Then I heard it. A snap like a stick breaking. I turned and waited. Nothing else. I started backing out toward my truck, slow and quiet. As I did, I caught sight of something in the dirt. A shovel, just left sitting near a tree, next to a rolled-up canvas sack. The kind you use to carry tools or gear. I didn't touch anything. I backed all the way out, drove about a mile up the road, and waited in my truck. Nothing moved. No lights. No one came down the road. It was past midnight when I finally returned to the station. I filed the report and tried to sleep. The next day, I came in early and met the district supervisor. We drove out to the spot in daylight, and the truck was gone. Tracks were there, but the tarp, the sack, the shovel, everything was gone. He told me to drop it. Said it was probably a hunter or someone camping illegally. We weren't law enforcement. Our job was to observe and report. So I did. But I couldn't shake it. The way the tarp was draped to hide the truck, the clean campsite, the missing gear. It wasn't just a hunter out of bounds. Someone was staying out here long term, and they knew how to stay hidden. I started taking longer patrols, looking for anything off. Every time I got out of the truck, I felt that same stillness, that thick air. Like something was wrong, but I couldn't see it. Then, 2 nights later, I found the box. I was checking one of the trail junctions about 8 miles west of the station. Old route, rarely used. There was a metal box bolted to a post where hikers could sign in. I checked it like usual, expecting it to be empty. But inside was a small brown cardboard box, taped shut with no label. I shouldn't have opened it, but I did. Inside were animal bones. Small ones, maybe from rabbits or squirrels, wrapped in cloth. There was also a Polaroid photo, faded but clear. It showed a stretch of the forest floor with a black tarp laid out. I couldn't see what was on it, just a shape underneath. I put it all back and locked the box. This time, I didn't radio it in. I just drove back, thinking hard. I started to wonder if the person in the tower and the truck were the same, or if there were more of them. Over the next week, I started noticing markers in the woods. Small stacks of rocks, little knots of twine tied around branches, empty soup cans wedged into tree hollows. It was subtle stuff, things most hikers would ignore. But they were fresh, placed deliberately. They formed a kind of path, not one on any map, but one that looped around the ridges and ravines. I followed it once on foot during an afternoon patrol. It took me to a dry creek bed, and there I found something I still think about every day. A square hole in the ground, maybe 5 feet deep and 6 feet across, lined with rocks. No plants around it, just dirt and sand. Inside were more bones, animal mostly, but bigger this time. Some broken open, and in the middle was a metal rod with a chain around it, like a leash. I backed away. I took photos. I logged the coordinates. I didn't go back. That night, I was out near the eastern ridgeline, where the tree cover is thicker. Around 2 a.m., I saw a flicker of light through the trees. Not firelight, something colder. I turned off my headlights and watched. It moved. I followed it on foot, careful to stay quiet. It led me downslope, through brush and loose rock, until I reached a hollow I'd never noticed before. The light vanished. I stood there, not breathing. Then I saw them, 3 figures standing near a tree, not moving, just standing still as the branches. I froze. One of them turned and looked straight at me. I ran. I didn't stop until I reached my truck. I locked the doors and drove straight back to the station. I didn't radio it in. I didn't tell anyone. The next day, I checked the cameras. There was nothing. The following week, things got worse. Someone started moving things around the station. A shovel left outside was placed by the door. The radio crackled at odd hours with static, like someone tried to push a signal through. One morning, I found tracks outside my window, bare feet in the dirt. The supervisor said I was probably just tired, that maybe some kids were messing with me. But it wasn't kids. On my last night there, I went up the old tower one more time. The notebook was gone. In its place was a rabbit skull, painted red. I left. I didn't ask for another season there. I didn't even return for my last paycheck. I packed up and drove straight to my next post in Idaho, and I've never been back to that stretch of forest. I still think about it. The man in the tower, the box in the trail register, the pit with the leash. Someone was out there doing something, and they knew I'd seen them. But here's the thing, they let me go. They could have done worse. They had time, but they didn't. That's what sticks with me. Not the fear, not the bones, not the eyes watching me from the trees. What sticks with me is this. Whoever they were, they didn't care that I saw, because they knew I wouldn't stop them, and they were right. I was working as a seasonal backcountry ranger in a lesser-known section of a national forest in northern Arizona. It was one of those remote districts that doesn't show up on many maps. Most tourists stayed near the main trailheads, campgrounds, and scenic overlooks miles to the south. My area was further north, where the ponderosa pines get tall and the terrain gets rougher. The district office called it Unit 24, but among rangers, we just called it the Forgotten Zone. Not many people went out there. There were no real attractions, no lakes or sweeping views, just thick forest, a few overgrown fire roads, and some wildlife monitoring plots that hadn't been surveyed properly in years. That summer, I was assigned to live out of a patrol cabin deep in the zone and cover the surrounding area solo for 2 weeks at a time. I'd hike in, carry food and supplies, check trail markers, look for illegal camps or fires, and report anything strange back to the office over satellite radio. It was quiet work, mostly, and I liked it. I'd been in the cabin for about 4 days when I first noticed something odd. It was just before dusk, and I'd gone out to inspect one of the older foot trails marked on the Forest Service maps, but barely used anymore. The trail had almost vanished under layers of pine needles and underbrush. I remember thinking how hard it was to even see where the path had once been. I marked some deadfall with ribbon and GPS so I could report it later and turn back toward the cabin. On the way back, maybe a mile from home, I came across a strange pile of rocks off trail, neatly stacked into a shoulder-high cairn. It didn't look like a boundary marker or anything official. It was too tall, too smooth. All the rocks were river stones, rounded and grayish, which was weird because the nearest creek with stones like that was at least 5 miles away. It was completely out of place in this section of dry pine woodland. I looked around and didn't see any boot prints or signs of recent traffic. No tire tracks, no campfire ash, nothing. Just this cairn and silence. I made a note of the coordinates and snapped a photo for the report, then left it alone and headed back to the cabin. I didn't think much of it at the time. People build weird things in the woods now and then, altars, lean-tos, rock stacks. Most of it's harmless, just leftover art projects or hiker traditions. Still, something about that stack stuck in my mind. It felt too precise, like someone had spent hours balancing it just right. That night, the wind picked up hard. The whole cabin groaned like an old ship, and I stayed awake longer than usual listening to the wind cut through the gaps in the wooden walls. There's no power out there, no cell service. Just a propane stove, a lantern, and the thin glow of my headlamp. I remember lying in my bunk, staring at the ceiling, feeling like something outside was watching the place. I told myself it was just the wind and the isolation getting to me. That kind of work gets in your head after a few days alone. The next morning, I decided to hike to an old wildlife camera site that hadn't been checked in over a year. It was about 7 miles northeast of the cabin, deep in a ravine where bears and cougars had been seen before. I packed my gear, took extra water, and started early. The trail was non-existent by then, just a series of faded blazes on trees and a rough direction on the GPS. I bushwhacked most of the way, cutting through brush, stepping over fallen trees, and ducking under branches. Around noon, I reached the camera site. The metal post had rusted, and the camera was still there, dead, batteries long gone. I marked the location and pulled the SD card to bring back, just in case it had any usable data. Before heading back, I sat under a pine to eat. While resting, I noticed another rock pile, smaller than the first, but same kind of stones, same neat structure. This one was just a foot or two tall, hidden near the base of a tree, like someone had been building these things in secret spots. This one unnerved me more than the first. It was deep in a spot nobody should be hiking to without reason, and the idea that someone else might be out here building them didn't sit right. These weren't cairns left by trail workers or lost hikers. They were too quiet, too intentional. I turned around and made it back to the cabin by dusk, more on edge than the day before. That night, I locked the door, even though I never usually did. I kept the lantern on longer. Just felt safer that way. I scanned through some old maps and ranger notes, looking for mentions of rock piles or strange structures, but there wasn't much. Unit 24 hadn't been patrolled regularly in years. Next day, I checked a disused firebreak road that hadn't been inspected in a decade. It ran along the top of a ridge, mostly flat, with old erosion scars. That's where I found the third pile. This one was different, bigger. The base was maybe 5 feet wide, and it rose up like a spiral, almost like a tower. Same stones, carefully arranged. It must have taken days to haul those rocks up here. There were no tire tracks, no boot prints, just pine needles and silence. I walked in slow circles around it, then noticed something that chilled me. Little scratches in the bark of nearby trees, low to the ground. Almost like someone had been dragging something heavy. Not claws, not animal marks. Something scraped sideways. I walked the area for an hour, looking for more signs. I found a tangle of fishing lines strung low between 2 trees like a tripwire. Another 30 feet ahead, I found a dead squirrel impaled on a stick, bones picked clean and sun-bleached, stuck upright in the ground. I didn't touch it. I didn't touch any of it. When I got back to the cabin, I called the office over the satellite and reported everything. The rock piles, the weird animal remains, the line trap. They told me to stay alert, record all details, and avoid contact with anyone I might encounter. They didn't offer backup, just said they'd look into it. That was the loneliest I'd ever felt out there. I didn't sleep well that night. 2 days later, I hiked out to an old abandoned trail shelter about 10 miles west. It hadn't been used in years and was mostly collapsed. Just 3 walls and part of a roof. Inside, I found a burned-out fire pit, a pile of blackened soup cans, and an old backpack, rotting nylon, full of mold and rodent nests. But next to it was a new-looking knife. Stainless steel, clean. Looked like it had been used recently. I checked the pack for ID, but there was nothing. Just scraps of tarp, a broken lighter, and some foil. I started back toward the cabin. Along the way, I noticed something new that hadn't been there before. A narrow path carved into the brush, fresh. Someone had walked through the forest, dragging their boots through pine needles. I followed it cautiously for maybe a quarter mile before stopping. Ahead of me, another rock pile. This one was different again. The base had been dug into the soil like a shallow grave. Sticks arranged around it like spokes of a wheel. It felt wrong. I didn't stay. That night, the air felt heavy. No wind, just thick silence. I kept waking up thinking I heard soft crunches outside, like someone walking slow around the cabin. But I never saw anyone. No footprints in the morning. Just the quiet. 2 more days passed without new findings, and then I decided to leave early. It was my 9th day out, and I had enough data to justify an early return. I packed up, sealed the cabin, and hiked out toward the access road where the ranger truck was parked behind a locked gate. It was a long, hot walk, and I felt a tightness in my chest that didn't ease until I saw the truck. Back at the district office, I turned to my reports, SD card, and GPS data. I showed them the photos of the rock piles, the wire trap, the dead animal. They said they'd send in law enforcement, maybe even a search team, but I never heard more about it. A few weeks later, I checked in with another ranger who'd been reassigned to Unit 24. He lasted 5 days before asking for a transfer. Said he felt watched. Said the woods out there were wrong. They pulled him and closed the cabin for the season. No one ever officially confirmed anything. No arrests. No names. No missing persons connected to it. Just a quiet shutdown. That whole sector was listed as temporarily inaccessible due to resource concerns on public maps after that. I think about those rock piles more than I should. Someone built them deep in a forest no one visits, miles from roads, in patterns that didn't seem random. Someone lived out there, quietly building towers and traps and watching. Not a ghost, not a monster, just a person with time and silence and no reason to be found. That's the part that stuck with me. Not the strangeness, but the fact that someone was out there for years, doing all that without being seen. Someone who liked it that way. I still work in forests. I still camp alone. But I don't go into Unit 24 anymore. I don't go near it. And when I see a rock pile in the woods now, I don't touch it. I turn around. I leave it be. It started during the second week of August, the part of the summer when the heat just sits in the trees like a wet blanket and the smell of dried pine needles gets baked into your skin. I was working as a seasonal backcountry ranger in northern Idaho, part of a 6-person crew tasked with trail maintenance, campsite checks, and emergency response in the Selway Bitterroot Wilderness. Most of my time was solo. Just me, a pack, and 100,000 acres of quiet forest. That's the kind of work I liked. By then I had been in the district for a couple months. I knew the trails, knew the way the creeks braided out into nothing, knew the game paths, the high ridge lines, and the way the dusk light turned golden through the lodge poles. I'd seen some weird stuff out there. Silent campsites still warm with no gear, bare caches hanging 10 feet up that no one admitted putting there, animal remains twisted in unnatural ways, but none of it ever really stuck with me. Not like this trip. The trip was supposed to be a routine 5-day sweep of Trail 235. It's not an official name, just a number on a map. It cuts east to west through some of the more remote drainages in the area, barely touched by hikers. Mostly outfitters used it to haul gear to hunters during the fall. That time of year, it was dead quiet. I packed light, just food, water filter, tarp, sat phone, and first aid. Standard gear. I signed out with Dispatch, gave them my planned route, and hit the trail at 0600 on a Monday. The first 2 days were uneventful. I cleared some down branches, flagged a new erosion wash on the northern slope, and noted a bear den near Lost Elk Creek that wasn't there last time. It was dry, hot, and quiet, the kind of quiet that makes you forget how loud the rest of the world is. I made camp on a bluff the second night, overlooking a long valley, no signs of anyone. The third day, things started to feel off. I was moving west toward an old game trail that connected 235 to a primitive site called Split Rock Flats. There's no structure there, just a wide clearing with a rock face that splits in two like a cracked tooth. It's an odd geological feature, totally out of place with the surrounding area. The air gets still around it, I've never liked staying long there, but it's a decent waypoint to check for trash or illegal camps. When I arrive around noon, the clearing was empty, but something didn't sit right. The grass was flattened in patches, not circular, more like drag marks, and the fire ring, usually full of old ash and garbage, was completely cleared out. Not just kicked apart like an animal might do, but cleaned. All the soot was gone, and even the stones looked scrubbed. At first I figured maybe a conscientious hiker or a Leave No Trace group had passed through, but the logs surrounding the ring were too clean, like someone had wiped them down. There were no fresh boot prints. The only marks I found were odd tracks in the soft dirt near the rock face. Not quite boot prints, but not barefoot either. More like wide, flat impressions, evenly spaced like someone had padded through in thick socks. It was strange, but I didn't think too much of it. I marked it down, took a few photos for records, and moved on. I figured I'd push a few more miles west and camp near Bear Trap Fork that night. That's when things got weirder. A mile or so past Split Rock Flats, I noticed more of those same impressions, just off trail in the duff. They always appeared in twos, evenly spaced, about 20 inches apart, sometimes veering off into the brush, sometimes paralleling the trail. I followed one set about 20 yards in. They disappeared near a stand of young spruce. No sign of turning back or stopping. The woods felt heavy. I don't know how else to put it. Not dangerous. Not yet, but like something was watching. I've spent years alone in the backcountry. That sense of being observed isn't new. Mountain lions, bears, even moose can shadow you silently. But this wasn't like that. This felt deliberate. I tried to shake it. I pushed on, made camp near Bear Trap Fork, and ate cold dinner. Didn't feel like lighting a fire. Around midnight, I woke up to a snapping sound. Not twigs, not branches. Something sharper, cleaner, repetitive, like someone breaking thin sticks with steady rhythm. I laid still, heart thumping. The sound came from the tree line about 40 feet away behind my tarp shelter. No flashlight. I didn't want to give away my position, so I just listened. Snap, pause, snap, snap, pause. After about a minute, it stopped. I stayed frozen another hour, just listening. The forest never fully goes silent. Bugs, birds, even the wind fills the gaps. But this night, the stillness was absolute, like something was holding its breath. At first light, I packed up fast and hit the trail, double-checking my pack weight and contents. Everything was there. No signs of intrusion, no footprints, but the pine needles behind my tarp had been disturbed. Someone had walked a slow arc around my camp. The impressions matched what I saw near Split Rock. Wide, flat, deliberate. I moved faster than usual that day. No breaks, no lunch stop. Just water sips and one foot in front of the other. I passed no one. By mid-afternoon, I reached a side trail that led north to a ranger cabin built in the 1970s. It wasn't used much anymore, just an emergency shelter stocked with canned food, a cot, and a locked box with a first aid kit. I had the key. I decided to stay there that night, even with the rats and cobwebs, for walls felt better than nylon. I arrived by 5 p.m., sweating and wired. I checked the cabin perimeter, opened it up, and swept the place for anything out of place. Nothing. I bolted the door, shoved the cot against it, and tried to calm down. I slept in full clothes with my knife in one hand and the sat phone in the other. No signal out there, not without climbing at least 800 feet to the ridge. I told myself I'd do that in the morning, just to check in, just to let someone know I was cutting the route short. That night something came to the cabin. It was close to 2 a.m. when I heard the knock. Not a branch, not an animal scratching. A knock. 3 slow, firm raps on the far wall, the one behind the stove. I didn't breathe. I didn't move. Then came another set, 3 raps again, lower down, closer to the floor. Then nothing. I waited. 10 minutes. 20. Then I heard it again, but on the opposite wall, near the door. 3 more knocks. I never looked out the window. I never turned on my light. I just waited for the sun. When morning came, I opened the door slowly. Nothing there. No prints, no scuff marks, not even displaced dust. But a small bundle had been left on the doorstep, twigs bound tightly with dry grass, about the size of a clenched fist. The twigs had been snapped uniformly, clean breaks, tied in a way that looked purposeful. I didn't touch it, just packed up and left. The hike to the ridge was steep, 2 miles of switchbacks, but I made it in an hour. Signal was weak, but enough to call in. I told dispatch I was cutting the route short due to trail obstruction, standard excuse. It didn't question it. Said to report back the next day and log any maintenance needs. I took the long way back, avoiding Split Rock entirely. I saw the impressions again once or twice, but I didn't follow them. I didn't stop. I didn't even pee without checking every tree around me. I made it to the trailhead by dusk. My truck was untouched. I drove straight to the station, signed in, and filled out the thinnest report I've ever written. I didn't mention the bundle, didn't mention the sounds, just unusual campsite conditions and possible trespass. I left it at that. The next day, I got reassigned to lower elevation trails. I didn't argue. I didn't tell anyone, but that wasn't the end of it. A week later, one of the permanent rangers, a guy named Mel, went out to that same route to finish the sweep. He was supposed to be out 5 days. On day 4, he came back early, looking pale. Said he twisted his ankle on loose rock. When I asked which section, he hesitated, then just said, near Split Rock. That night, I saw him burning something behind the bunkhouse. I didn't say anything, but the next day, I checked the fire pit. Inside were half-charred bundles of twigs bound with grass. I never brought it up. I finished out the season, took a different post the next year. I still go backcountry, still work wilderness routes. But I don't go near Trail 235 anymore. Not because I'm scared, not exactly. But because whatever's out there isn't a ghost or a monster. It's someone, and they don't want to be found. They want you to know they see you. And that's worse. I've worked as a park ranger for over 12 years now. Most of that time was spent in places that didn't make the brochures. Old timber parcels turned into forgotten state land, weird border zones between private property and public forest, places where the trails weren't marked and half the time the maps weren't right. We get budget maps printed for the public, but even those left out old service roads or unrecorded logging paths. Those are the areas they usually send rangers like me. I'm not the kind of guy who gives tours or checks fire permits at a campground kiosk. I'm the one who checks the old fencing behind an ATV trail or gets sent to look into the smell of rot drifting out of a forgotten ravine. And honestly, that's the way I prefer it. This story happened in late October, 5 years ago. I was assigned to a park in the southeast part of the state. Technically a state forest, though it used to be a series of limestone quarries back in the 1950s. The deeper parts had filled with water over the years, forming these long, deep channels and still ponds. A lot of those old pits weren't even mapped properly. The DNR got handed the land decades ago and just called it wilderness. For the most part, it was dense hardwoods, old growth patches here and there, and strange stretches where the soil was pale and powdery, almost like chalk. You'd walk through pines and oak 1 minute, then hit this open patch that looked like the moon. There weren't any official campsites in that part of the forest, though people still came through. I'd see the fire rings, the occasional beer can stuffed in the crook of a tree, the usual stuff. Most of the time, I didn't mind. My job was more about making sure no one got hurt or started a wildfire than busting people. But there were other things that didn't sit right, things I noticed slowly during those first few weeks patrolling the area. And one day, things came to a head. That fall was unusually dry. Leaves dropped early, and the woods were brittle and loud with every step. I've been getting reports of someone dumping trash at the edge of the forest near the north gate. So I took a four-wheeler up an old fire road that looped through the area. About 5 miles in, past a split in the trail I'd always meant to explore, I found something odd. It was a trail, not on the map, faint but clearly used. Animal trails looked different. This one had boot prints. More than one person. They went off the fire road and curved downhill into an old part of the quarry system that hadn't been active since the 1960s. There weren't even service records on it. I parked the four-wheeler under some pine limbs and walked in. The trail cut through thick underbrush for about a quarter mile. Then it opened up, sudden and wide. I stopped when I saw what was ahead. It was an old pit, probably 100 yards across. The far end rose in sheer rock walls, white and gray with streaks of orange where iron had leached through. The bottom was dry, cracked, littered with flat stones and broken branches. In the center was something I hadn't seen before, a large sunken square, maybe 15 feet across. It wasn't natural. The edges were too straight. It looked like a foundation or maybe the roof of something that had caved in. Around it, there were signs of recent activity, trampled grass, trash, a fire ring with ash still warm. I didn't like it. People sneak into places like this all the time: old mines, abandoned silos, service tunnels. They camp, drink, leave junk behind. But this didn't feel like that. This didn't look like partying. It looked like someone was doing something here. I dropped into the pit slowly, boots crunching on the loose stone. The air felt different down there, stiller and faintly damp. The sun was out, but it barely reached the bottom. I walked to the center, toward the square depression. Closer up, I could see it wasn't just caved in. It had been dug methodically. Layers of old quarry rubble and broken limestone had been cleared out and piled in a crescent-shaped mound near the east wall. I crouched near the edge and looked in. It went down maybe 8 feet. The walls were rough and uneven. At the bottom were more recent scrape marks, like someone had been digging again. Not with machinery, but hand tools. There were even old pry bars and a half-buried shovel near the edge. I scanned the area for other signs, trail tape, any sort of marker. Nothing. Just that square, just that pit. I climbed back out and circled the area. On the south side of the quarry, against the wall, I found something else. A deer, or what was left of one. Mostly bones and hide, twisted at an angle that didn't look natural. Its legs had been broken and folded under it, and the skull was crushed in. Coyotes will eat anything, but this looked deliberate. Worse, near was a bundle of sticks tied together with what looked like wire. I didn't touch it, just looked. It reminded me of something you'd see hanging from a tree, but this one was grounded, like it was meant to mark the spot. I took photos with my work phone and logged a marker on GPS. Cell signal was bad out there, but I had a unit back in the truck that would ping my location when I drove out. I didn't like being out of contact in a place like that, especially with how quiet it was. That evening, I filed a report. My supervisor flagged it for follow-up, but we were short-staffed, and he basically told me to keep an eye on it. Typical. The next 3 days, I went back. I kept finding more strange details. The hole in the middle of the pit was getting deeper. Someone was digging at night. I found fresh tool marks, new footprints, even a thermos left behind that was still warm when I found it. Whoever it was, they weren't camping, they were coming in, working, and leaving fast. On the 4th day, something changed. I got out there early, first light, parked the truck at the north gate, and hiked in on foot, quieter than the ATV. As I crept up to the pit, I spotted a new trail that veered off to the east, climbing a short rise to an overlook of the quarry. I went up it. From the top, I had a full view down into the pit, and what I saw froze me. There was a person down there. A man, maybe late 40s or early 50s. He wore a canvas coat, torn and dirty. His back was to me, and he was digging with a kind of slow, deliberate rhythm. Not hurried, not frantic. He stopped occasionally to wipe his face or stretch his back. Next to him was a short folding ladder and a bundle wrapped in a green tarp. He didn't look like a hiker. He didn't move like one. There was something too focused about it. I stayed low, watching. He climbed out of the hole after about 20 minutes, stood over the tarp bundle, and just stared. Then he picked it up, struggling with the weight, and lowered it carefully into the pit. Not tossed, lowered. That was enough for me. I backed off the rise and hiked out fast, drove straight to the nearest state police outpost, and handed over everything. Photos, GPS points, written notes. I don't carry a gun on solo patrols, and I wasn't about to confront someone like that alone. They brought a unit out that afternoon. 2 officers and a plainclothes guy from some investigations office. I met them at the gate and walked them in. When we got there, the quarry was empty. But the hole in the center was deeper, and the tarp was gone. I knew what I'd seen. They searched the site, found more signs of recent use. Some hand tools, fresh prints, another tied stick bundle tucked under a rock shelf. One of the officers called for a cadaver dog the next morning. They found something. About 6 feet down, buried under layers of stone and disturbed earth, they recovered 2 bodies. Both adult males. Advanced decomposition, no IDs. State coroner's office later said they'd been dead for months, maybe longer. Blunt force trauma, wrapped in tarps. No dental matches in the system. The man I saw was never identified. He didn't come back. No one matched the photos from my phone. No license plates, no vehicles ever found. Just the pit. Just the bodies. The area was closed for 6 months. Official line was hazardous terrain and unstable conditions. We both knew that wasn't a reason. I still think about that man. How calm he looked. How practiced. Like he'd done this before. And what haunts me most, the original hole wasn't new. He hadn't dug it from scratch. He'd been using someone else's pit, which meant whoever started it might still be out there too. I asked to be transferred after that winter. They moved me north into a place with marked trails and too many tourists. I took the deal gladly. I still patrol remote areas. Still sleep light in ranger cabins with thin doors. But I've never again followed a new trail without backup. I've never again walked into an unmarked pit alone. And I never will. I started working as a seasonal backcountry ranger in the Sawtooth Wilderness of Idaho the summer I turned 29. I've been on and off with various forestry and wildlife contracts, mostly in Washington and Montana, but I was looking for something quieter, something that didn't involve too much crowd control or paperwork. I wanted miles of trail and solitude, a good dog by my side, and maybe a few days where I didn't talk to another person. That's what I thought I was getting. The Sawtooths are jagged and mean-looking. No soft hills or sweeping valleys, just sharp ridgelines and stone teeth that seem to cut the sky in half. There are trails, sure, but a lot of the time you're working off-trail, pushing through deadfall and scree, clearing illegal campsites, tracking usage impacts. I was stationed out of a remote cabin 12 miles from the nearest roadhead. I hiked in with a pack full of gear and 2 weeks' worth of food on my back. The only way in was on foot or horseback. There was a radio that barely worked and a logbook I was told to write in daily, just in case something happened. It wasn't glamorous, but I liked it. The first week was exactly what I needed. Quiet, simple. I logged miles, checked a few of the known trouble spots, cleaned up after careless campers. My dog, June, a blue heeler mix I'd had since college, stuck to my side like Velcro. We'd sleep in the cabin, rise before sunrise, boil coffee, and be on the trail before the world warmed up. I didn't see anyone for 4 days straight. Not a soul. On the 5th day, I came across a gutted tent, maybe 4 miles north of Elk Ridge, where the map showed a faded trail that looped past 3 alpine lakes. The tent was ripped down the middle. Holes snapped clean through. There was gear scattered everywhere, clothes, a cooler, a jet boil stove still half full with water and dry pasta. I stood still for a long time, just staring. The way the tent was torn, it didn't look like weather damage or even a careless camper. It looked violent. At first I thought bear. That's always the gut reaction when something's torn up out here. But the food was untouched. The cooler was sealed. Not even paw prints in the dirt around it. I looked for scat, broken branches, anything. Nothing. The soil around the tent was dry, soft, but I didn't see any tracks. No blood, either. Just chaos. I made note of my field book, took some photos with my GPS unit, and gathered up what I could. I packed the trash out and stashed the salvageable gear in a bear box about a mile down trail. Standard protocol. I figured I'd mention it in the log and report it if I got a stronger signal on the ridge the next day. Maybe a solo hiker got spooked by a storm and ditched their stuff. It happens more often than you'd think, but it stuck with me. That empty tent, the feeling I had while standing there, like something had just left. Not animal, not human either, just presence. June didn't want to go near the site. Her hackles were up. She made a low whining sound I'd only heard her make twice before. Once when we came across a badly injured elk, and once when a thunderstorm rolled through and she thought the sky was falling. The next few days passed quiet again. A few hikers, nothing weird. Weather held steady, but that feeling hadn't left. Every time I turned a corner in the trail or stopped to tie my bootlaces, I kept thinking I'd hear something. Twigs snapping, rocks falling, someone whispering just out of earshot. I chalked it up to nerves. When you're alone in the backcountry long enough, your brain plays tricks. The second week, things got worse. I was on a long loop near Mirror Lake, trying to get around to an illegal fire ring someone had reported the previous summer. I'd marked it on my map, but hadn't gotten around to checking it yet. The area was steep, with lots of switchbacks and drop-offs. Hard to bushwhack. I camped near the lake and planned to hit the site first thing in the morning. Around 2 a.m., I woke up to June growling. Not barking, just this low, constant growl from her chest. I sat up fast, heart already going. My tent was zipped. The moon was bright enough to cast shadows through the fabric. I couldn't see much, but I could tell she was staring dead ahead at the entrance. I waited, straining to hear something. The air was still, dead still. No wind in the trees, no night bugs, no owls. Just the sound of June's growl. After a few minutes, it stopped. She lay back down, still tense but quiet. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. Just listened. Next morning, I got up early and checked the perimeter. No prints, no broken branches, no signs of anything. But about 20 feet from my tent, just off the trail, there was a small pile of rocks stacked deliberately. 5 or 6 flat stones, placed like a cairn. I hadn't seen it the day before. It wasn't there. I was sure. I kicked it over and kept moving. The fire ring was about a mile up. Old, half-buried. Looked like it hadn't been used in a while. I cleared it, scattered the ashes, moved on. I made camp higher up the trail that night, trying to put some distance between me and the lake. That night, I heard something walking near my tent. Slow, dragging footsteps. Not hoofbeats. Not a bear. I lay still, holding my breath, hand around the grip of my knife, which was dull as hell from years of abuse. June was up, silent, ears back. The steps stopped behind the tent. Then nothing. I wanted to open the flap. Wanted to shine my light. But I didn't. Something in me said no. Not fear exactly, just a kind of heavy instinct. So I waited, and eventually the silence returned. No more steps. June settled down again. I slept in fits. I started carrying a bear canister in one hand, the big metal kind you can bang against trees. Made me feel better. The radio still wasn't working. I kept trying it every morning, but the signal was garbage in the valleys. On the 14th day, I found the second site. That's when things went from strange to wrong. It was up on a plateau, near a place called Dead Man's Ridge. Not the real name, just what the old maps used to call it. Flat open space, good view of the valley. I came over the rise and saw what looked like a tarp flapping in the wind. It wasn't a tarp. It was a shredded sleeping bag, still zipped. Inside it were clothes. Just clothes. No body, no pack, no boots. A flashlight beside it with dead batteries. The zipper on the bag was torn, not unzipped, like someone had clawed their way out or been pulled out. Again, no blood, no signs of struggle, no drag marks, just that same scattered debris, like someone left in a hurry or didn't care what they left behind. This time I didn't wait. I hiked hard to the nearest ridge line where I knew the signal might reach. I sent a short burst to base, found abandoned camp, possible missing person, no injuries. We'll return to main cabin. Over. No response. I sent it twice more, then turned back. I started hiking back toward the cabin. I wanted to be out of there, back in 4 solid walls. June was on edge, sticking closer than usual. I kept checking over my shoulder. Every movement in the trees made my heart kick. About 2 miles from the cabin, I noticed the trail looked different, like someone had been through recently. Branches broken, fresh boot prints in the dust. Not mine. Too big. Deep tread. They headed the same direction I was going, toward the cabin. I picked up my pace. When I got to the cabin, the door was open. Not wide, just slightly ajar, enough to make my stomach drop. I approached slowly, crouched bearkin in hand. June was growling again, that same low sound. Inside, nothing looked stolen or trashed, but everything was off. The coffee mug I used every morning was on the floor. My journal was missing. The logbook, too. My backup radio was gone. On the wall, someone had scratched something into the wood. Just 3 letters. RAN. I don't know if that meant ran as in past tense or initials or something else. But chill me. That cabin was 12 miles from the nearest road. No signs of forced entry. No reason for anyone to be out there. I packed what I could, loaded my gear, and hiked out before the sun hit the ridge. I didn't sleep. Didn't stop. June kept looking over her shoulder. I did too. Every so often, I thought I saw someone just out of sight. Never close. Just there. a shape between the trees. I made it to the trailhead just after noon. There was a pickup parked near the ranger station. I didn't recognize it. Idaho plates, dust covered. No one around. I got in my truck and drove straight to the district office. Reported everything. Showed the GPS photos, the marked maps, even the scratched letters in the wood. They took it seriously. A search team went out the next morning. They didn't find anything. Not the clothes, not the camps, not the footprints. Just a broken radio, left under a rock near Mirror Lake. They told me sometimes people fake their own disappearance. Sometimes things get weird out there and leave no trace. The wild has its own rules. I didn't argue, but I knew what I saw. I knew how it felt. They didn't send anyone back to that cabin the rest of the season. Left it empty. I heard a rumor later that the cabin had been removed entirely. Torn down. I still think about that first sight. The gutted tent, the untouched food, the rock pile. I think about the footsteps and the way June growled like her bones were vibrating. I think about the scratched word, ran, and wonder if it was a warning or a statement. It was early September when the call came in from dispatch, just after 6 a.m. I was parked in the gravel lot near the maintenance shed, finishing my coffee with the windows rolled down, watching the fog roll through the tree line. I was on the last week of my seasonal placement at this state park in the Southern Appalachians. Nothing major, mostly cleanup patrols, trail checks, and making sure campers didn't leave food out. The kind of quiet, slow-paced work that gets under your skin because of how repetitive it is. You start to hear every bird call, remember which tree has that split in the bark, know the exact rhythm of the wind on each ridge. Dispatch told me a hiker had called in late the night before. So they thought they heard someone crying near Ridgeback Trail, middle section, past marker 12, but before the ridge narrows. It's steep up there. A lot of switchbacks, rock scrambles, and it's not a place people linger after dark. I figured it was just someone mistaking an animal or maybe a group messing around. Happens more often than you'd think. Campers hear foxes screaming or barred owls calling and swear someone's out there in pain. I've gone chasing those reports before and found nothing but raccoon tracks and empty wrappers. Still, the trail was on my patrol route, so I logged the time and headed out. Ridgeback's a long loop, just shy of 13 miles, and I was planning to do the full circuit anyway. Check on a couple of damage signs, and clean up a fire ring someone had set up too close to the trail. I threw my pack in the back of the truck, locked up the shed, and drove the 15 minutes out to the lot where the trail loop starts. It was overcast when I got there. Heavy sky, thick gray clouds sitting low over the hills, the kind of air that feels like it's pressing down on you. The lot was empty except for one blue Subaru parked off to the side. Plates were local, no visible permits or tags. I took a picture of it, like we always do when a car is left overnight, just in case something goes south. Log the time, 6:38 a.m. The start of Ridgeback is all uphill. A long, steady incline with dense rhododendron on either side. The trail had that early morning stillness I always liked, quiet except for the steady crunch of my boots on gravel and the occasional chipmunk bolting across the path. Around marker 3, I found a small pile of trail mix dumped right next to a down log. Probably a careless camper, or maybe someone trying to feed the squirrels. Either way, I swept it off the trail and kept moving. By the time I reached marker 9, my shirt was damp with sweat under the vest. The fog was starting to burn off in streaks, patches of light breaking through the trees above me. I stopped to drink, checked my GPS, and marked the location of an old down tree someone had tried to step over and broken through. It needed a warning sign or a small reroute. Nothing urgent. At marker 11, the terrain steepened. That section's rough, especially after rain. A lot of exposed rock, slick with moss, and sudden drop-offs that aren't marked as clearly as they should be. We'd flag it for a revamp next season, but for now, it was just another hazard to keep an eye on. I slowed down, tested each step, took my time. It was there that I first noticed something off. It wasn't anything loud, just a change in the air. No birds, no rustling, just this strange, complete stillness. I stopped and listened. Nothing. The wind had died, and even the bugs had gone quiet. My ears rang in the silence. It's not the first time I've experienced something like that. It happens sometimes before a storm or when a predator's nearby, but it still gets to you. Makes you feel like you're not supposed to be there. I kept going. Past marker 12, the trail thins. You pass through a small pass between two large rock outcrops, and then it narrows before opening into the ridge. That's where the hiker said they heard the crying. I scanned the ground as I walked. Looked for signs of someone leaving the trail, scuffed leaves, broken branches, anything. Nothing obvious. But maybe 50 feet past the narrow point, I found something. A black hoodie, soaked, half covered in leaf litter, balled up under the edge of a boulder just off the trail. I stood there for a moment, staring at it. Took a couple of pictures with my phone, then bent down to pick it up. The fabric was damp and smelled faintly of mildew and sweat. No blood, no obvious tears. I shook it out, nothing in the pockets. Just a size medium tag and a faded logo. I marked the coordinates and bagged it. It didn't tell me much. People lose stuff on trails all the time. But something about the way it was folded up, not tossed but tucked, bothered me. Like someone had deliberately placed it there. I kept moving up the ridge, scanning both sides of the trail. The wind had picked back up, and I could hear a few birds calling again, but the air still felt heavy. It wasn't until I crested the ridge, about 3/4 of a mile further, that I saw the first sign of real trouble. A small clearing just off to the right of the trail. Flattened grass, a few scattered items, wrappers, a single hiking boot, empty water bottle, and a dark stain on the rock slab at the edge of the clearing. I didn't need to test it to know what it was. Blood. Old, mostly dried, but still dark enough to make my stomach twist. No drag marks, no footprints. Just that boot in the blood. I radioed it in, gave my coordinates, described the scene, told them to get search and rescue on standby. I didn't have enough to call a crime scene yet, but it sure as hell wasn't normal. I stood there a while, just taking it in. The boot was a men's size 10, worn with a tear in the toe. No foot inside, thank God. The brand matched the type we'd seen in the Subaru at the trailhead. That kicked things into another gear. I marked the location, took more pictures, and carefully bagged what I could. I didn't touch the blood. I continued along the trail, slower now, checking every inch of the ground. The ridge slopes gently down on the backside, toward the river. It's overgrown there with tall ferns and thick underbrush that hides anything smaller than a dog. About 1.5 miles from the clearing, the trail cuts close to the river bend. That's where I found the backpack. It was half submerged, caught between two rocks in the stream. The top flap was open, and it looked like someone had rifled through it, pockets turned out, zipper halfway pulled. I slid down the bank, careful not to disturb the area more than I had to, and pulled it free. The name tag on the inside flap was smeared, but I could make out Gavin and a partial last name. I checked the contents. Energy bars, a first aid kit, a laminated trail map with ridgebacks circled in red marker, and a field notebook. The last few pages had weather notes and plan IDs. A student maybe. I bagged everything. I didn't find a body. Not that day, not the next. We brought in dogs, drones, grid teams. The full effort. Nothing. No signs of fall. No signs of struggle beyond that blood. The blood wasn't enough to confirm anything. Animals bleed too. But the concentration and location pointed toward a person. We cross-checked missing persons. Found a match. Gavin Murrow, 23, grad student from the university, out on a solo hike over the long weekend. Left a note with his roommate saying he'd be back Sunday night. That was 5 days ago. The Subaru was his. His parents came out. We did everything we could. But after 2 weeks, the search was suspended. No new leads. No body. After that, I couldn't stop thinking about the ridge. I'd gone over that section of trail again and again in my head. Something about that silence before marker 12. The way the hoodie had been tucked under the boulder. The backpack in the stream. And the blood. Always the blood. A month passed. Then another. The weather turned colder, the leaves fell, and winter came in fast. Most of the park shut down for the season. I stayed on a few extra weeks to help close things up. On my last patrol of the year, I went back to Ridgeback. Alone. It was late afternoon when I got there, sun low through the bare trees. I moved slow, scanning the trail. When I reached the clearing again, The blood stain was still faintly visible, dark against the lichen-covered rock. The boot was long gone, collected into evidence. But something new was there. A pile of stones. 6 of them, stacked carefully. Fresh. No moss. No leaves. Just a small, neat cairn set directly on the edge of the rock where the stain had been. I didn't touch it. I looked around. No footprints, no tire tracks at the trailhead, nothing to suggest someone had come through. The snow hadn't fallen yet, so maybe it was recent. Or maybe it had been there all along, under the leaves, and I'd missed it, but I don't think I missed it. I backed away, marked the coordinates, took pictures, and walked out without stopping again. When the park opened again in spring, I didn't come back. Took a different job, different region. I couldn't explain why, but I didn't want to be near Ridgeback anymore. And I still think about it. About Gavin. About how someone can vanish like that, without a sound, leaving behind just enough to make you doubt what you know. But there's one thing I don't doubt. Whatever happened out there, it wasn't an accident. There's something about that ridge. Not a ghost. Not some fairy tale thing hiding in the woods. Just something darker. Human. Someone who knows how to move quiet. How to stage things. How to make it look like nature took its toll. They were out there that day. I've been stationed at Copper Ridge State Preserve for 2 years when it happened. It's a chunk of mixed hardwood forest and tall prairie tucked along the southern edge of the driftless area, somewhere in rural southwestern Wisconsin. Not a lot of people know about it. It's not one of the flashy parks with scenic overlooks or postcard waterfalls. It's just a quiet stretch of land, rolling ridges, deep hollows, and forgotten logging roads that crisscross like old scars through the trees. The kind of place where the air feels heavy even in spring. It never quite lets you forget that people used to live and die in those hills. I was a field ranger, meaning I spent more time alone than anything else. I did trail maintenance, animal surveys, sometimes helped the fire crew with control burns, but mostly I walked. A lot. Sometimes 15 miles in a day, just me in the woods and whatever I found along the way. Sometimes it was trash left by hunters. Sometimes bear sign. A few times, meth labs tucked into the underbrush. That's the sort of stuff they don't put on the brochures. There was one part of the preserve I didn't like. Even now, years later, I still think about that stretch of forest and feel something tighten in my stomach. The locals called it Devil's Loop, though that was never its official name. It was a side trail, technically still open, but overgrown and half erased by time. It cut deep through a ravine, where old logging roads looped like tangled thread, and then climbed a steep ridge before vanishing at a set of limestone outcroppings. I never understood why the trail existed at all. It led to nowhere. No scenic views. No campsites. Just dead trees, wet ground, and silence. I avoided it when I could. Not because I was scared. Not then anyway. I just didn't like the way the sound disappeared in there. No wind. No birds. The kind of silence that presses in around you and makes you think you're not alone, even when you know damn well you are. But one October afternoon, I had to go down into that ravine. A local hunter had reported hearing strange sounds, something like screaming, from the woods just east of the loop. He said it might have been a cougar, though the state kept insisting we didn't have any. I'd seen enough tracks to know better. I figured it was a wounded animal, maybe a deer tangled in a fence, and it was my job to check it out. I packed light, just my day bag, GPS, map, notebook, water, and my sidearm. I kept a .357 in a chest rig whenever I went solo into the deeper woods. Not just for cougars, but for the other things that roam too close to the edge of nowhere. Feral dogs, paranoid landowners, squatters. I'd run into all of them before. They don't usually cause problems, but the worst mistake a ranger can make is assuming probably means never. I parked the truck at the South Service Gate and walked in from there. It was early afternoon. The sun was starting to slide west, casting long shadows across the hilltops, but I figured I had a few solid hours before dark. The air smelled like wet leaves and cold stone. You don't forget that smell. It clings to you. I followed the old boundary trail for about 2 miles, then turned off onto the loop. The trailhead marker was half-rotted and covered in moss. Something about it gave me a strange feeling right off the bat, like I was stepping into a place that hadn't been touched in a long time. The woods were dense, tight, old-growth sugar maples and shagbark hickories pressed close together, their roots tangled across the trail like veins. The canopy swallowed the sun in long patches, and everything went quiet about a quarter-mile in. No wind, no birds, just the soft thud of my boots on dirt and the occasional groan of a tree shifting somewhere deep in the forest. I walked slow, scanning the underbrush for movement. I kept expecting to hear the cry the hunter described. Instead, I got nothing, not even squirrels. After another half-mile, the trail dipped into a sharp ravine. The ground was wet, soft enough to leave deep boot prints. I stopped to check for tracks and found something odd, a set of wide, shallow depressions in the mud. They weren't deer. Too wide, no clear hoof shape. They looked like someone had stomped barefoot through the muck, only larger than any foot should have been. The impressions were spaced too far apart to be normal human steps. I crouched down and took a photo with my phone, but the light was bad and the angle worse. I followed the tracks deeper into the ravine. That was the first mistake. Not calling it in right away, not backing out, but there was something about them that pulled me forward. Not curiosity exactly, more like unease that demanded resolution. The trail ended at the bottom of the ravine. From there, the forest thickened into what used to be a logging access road, now just a winding scar of moss and leaf litter. I followed it uphill. My boots slipped on wet rock, and the trees closed in tighter. Everything looked the same, dark, damp, rotting. No sign of wildlife. No wind. Just that damn silence. Then I found the first piece of clothing. It was a red flannel shirt, snagged on a low-hanging branch. Torn in two, the fibers frayed at the edges like it had been yanked. I froze, scanning the area. The shirt was faded, but recent enough to not be from a long-lost hiker. I took it down and checked the collar. No name tag, no blood, just dirt and old sweat. I kept moving. The next thing I found was a boot. A single brown work boot, caked in mud, half sunk into the trail about 50 yards further up. No foot inside it, thank God. But it was recent too. The tread was clean underneath, like it had only been there a day or two. I radioed in at that point, gave dispatch my coordinates, and told them I was investigating potential evidence of a missing person. They acknowledged, but reception was garbage in the ravine. I wasn't sure if they caught the full message. Still, I marked my position and kept going. The trail topped out at the limestone outcroppings. It was a steep, narrow rise with jagged rocks flanking both sides. Beyond it, the forest leveled out for a few hundred yards, then dropped again into a second, deeper ravine I didn't even know existed. It wasn't on the map, just a gash in the earth, covered in brambles and fallen trees. And that's when I smelled it, the rot. It hit me like a wall, thick, cloying, unmistakable. The smell of death. Not animal scat or stagnant water. Death. Real death. If you've ever come across a deer carcass after a few hot days, you know the smell. This was that, but stronger. Riper. Like something had been lying there a long time, in pieces. I crept forward. The ground was soft. My boots sank with each step. The smell grew stronger as I reached the edge of the drop. I pushed through a curtain of brambles and looked down. There were bones. Not a whole body, just fragments. A femur. A rib cage. Part of a jaw. Scattered across a depression in the earth like they'd been dropped there. Picked clean. Bits of cloth still clung to a few of them. Red flannel. I backed away slowly, breathing through my mouth, trying to fight the gag reflex. My fingers trembled as I reached for the radio again. No signal. I took photos, marked GPS. Then I turned and started back the way I came. But the trail was gone. Or at least, it felt like it was. Everything looked the same. Same trees, same undergrowth. But the way I'd come up didn't exist anymore. The limestone outcropping was gone. Or hidden. I couldn't tell. The woods had shifted around me like they'd closed a door behind my back. I tried to retrace my steps, relying on instinct more than anything else. I kept my bearings as best I could. Sun to the left, ravine behind me. But every direction looked the same. I walked for nearly an hour before I found the logging road again. When I finally made it back to the truck, the sun was almost gone. I checked my phone. 2 missed calls. Dispatch had tried to reach me. I drove straight back to headquarters, filed my report, uploaded the photos, and marked the location. They sent a search team out the next day. The bones were gone. Every trace of them. Even the flannel shirt I'd left snagged on the signpost was missing. No boot. No tracks. Nothing. Just an empty stretch of ravine, silent and undisturbed. The official record says no evidence found. They chalked it up to animal remains. Maybe an old hunting dump site disturbed by scavengers. Maybe, but I know what I saw. I know what I smelled. I didn't go back to that part of the preserve again. I requested a transfer 3 weeks later, and they gave it to me. I spent the next 5 years in northern Minnesota, patrolling open bogs and long pine ridges where you could see a mile in any direction. I liked it that way. Sometimes I still think about Copper Ridge. I pull up the satellite map and zoom in on that stretch of woods. Nothing shows up, of course, just trees and shadows. But I think something lives in that ravine. Something that doesn't want to be found. Not a monster. Not anything unnatural. Just something that lives off the map. Something old. Maybe even human, once. But not anymore. I keep a copy of the photos I took that day. Not on a computer. Not in the cloud. Just prints in a lockbox. They're blurry, grainy. But the bone fragments are there if you look hard enough. So is the shirt. I keep them to remind myself that the worst things aren't the ones that go bump in the night. They're the ones that sit real, quiet. I was assigned to the backcountry patrols in northern Utah, in one of those less traveled corners of the Uintas where the pine forests start to thin and the valleys get wider, drier, more exposed. The kind of place you don't hear much about in guidebooks. The park boundary snaked through patches of private land and grazing allotments, with old cabins and rusted fencing buried deep in the woods. My job was to monitor trail use, check for illegal camps, and keep an eye on fire risk. That summer had been dry. Dust came up in clouds with every boot step, and some of the springs were already going low by July. I'd done most of my rounds in more popular sections closer to the ranger station, but that week they wanted me to check the eastern boundary, a long stretch with no official trails, just old logging tracks and fading cow paths. I knew it would be rough hiking, probably no people, maybe a few hunters or some trespassers. I packed light but thorough. Satellite radio, map and compass, first aid, bear spray, even though bears hadn't been seen there in years. I brought my personal GPS too, but didn't rely on it. Battery died fast in the cold up there, and I'd had enough of those moments where the signal just drops out for no reason. I hiked in from the access road near Logan Canyon and planned a 3-day loop. I'd camp near Dead Horse Basin the first night, then push into the old grazing allotments the next day, finally circling back across an old snowmobile route that hadn't been maintained in over a decade. The first day went smooth. The trees were thick up high, but once I dropped into the basin, it opened up, low sage, golden light on the hills, that dry hush that you only hear when you're far from anything human. I made camp on a rise above the basin where I could see for miles. No fires allowed, so I just used my stove, ate some lentils and rice, and laid in my bivy sack under the stars. That night, the wind came up hard around 2 a.m. It screamed over the ridge and pushed through the trees like something trying to claw its way in. I was used to wind, but this was different. Gusts would come in long, low pulses, then just stop like someone breathing slow and deep. I didn't sleep much after that. I kept checking for movement, for animals, but saw nothing. When the wind stopped just before dawn, it left a silence that made my ears ring. Something about that moment fell off, like the whole forest was waiting for something. Still, I figure it was just my nerves. Too much coffee that morning, maybe. I packed up early and dropped into the second valley by mid-morning. This was where the old grazing allotment began, technically still on the park boundary, but with shared management. Nobody really used it anymore. There were fence posts half rotted in the ground, bits of barbed wire snarled in brush, and a few cow skeletons scattered across the flat. I marked them with the GPS just to keep records. The sun was already high and beating down hard, and I hadn't seen water in a while. I checked my map and aimed for a small spring marked in the southeast corner of the valley. It took longer than expected. The brush was thick, and every step kicked up dust that coated my face and stung my eyes. When I reached the spring, I found it almost dry, a shallow puddle in the mud, just enough to refill my bottle if I filtered it carefully. There were boot tracks near it. Not recent, but not ancient either. Tread marks, maybe from a hunting boot. They led off toward the east, into a stand of aspen that shouldn't have been there. Too low, too dry, but somehow they stood green and full. I followed the prints for a while, but lost them in the grass. That night, I made camp near the remains of an old cabin. Nothing more than a square of collapsed logs, with a rusted stovepipe poking from the wreckage. I didn't like the feel of that place. There were pieces of metal, old nails, and broken glass scattered around like someone had torn it down in anger. Still, I didn't have a better option, and I was tired. I set up about 30 yards from the ruins, on a small bluff that gave me a clear view of the surrounding trees. I was eating dinner when I noticed something strange about the woods below. At first it just looked like shadows. Then I realized the trees were spaced in a weird way, not random like most natural growth. They formed a rough semicircle. The ground inside was bare, even though grass grew thick just outside. I hiked down to look closer. There were no stumps or signs of fire, just dirt packed hard, almost like a trailhead where people had stood too long. I found something else there too. A bundle of wire, like snare wire, twisted into a shape I couldn't place. It had rusted into a kind of knot and was stuck halfway into the ground. I dug it out, turning it over in my hands. It looked handmade, but not functional. More like someone had tried to make a symbol or figure out of it. I packed it away in my side pouch to check later. That night the wind didn't come back. It was dead still, so quiet I could hear my heartbeat when I lay down. Around midnight, I started hearing distant sounds, metal on metal, maybe, like clinking. Not loud, but regular. I sat up and scanned with my headlamp. Nothing moved. I turned the lamp off and waited. The noise stopped. It never came close, but it kept coming and going until just before sunrise. In the morning, I packed fast. I didn't want to stay there another minute. I started north, climbing out of the valley toward the snowmobile track that would take me back to the access road. As I climbed, I kept hearing movement in the brush behind me. Not big movement, not elk or bear. Smaller, deliberate, like someone was walking when I walked, stopping when I stopped. I checked constantly, but never saw anything. My bear spray stayed in my hand the entire climb. I reached the ridge just after noon. From up there I could see the whole valley I just crossed. It looked normal in the daylight, dry, empty, quiet. I scanned it with my binoculars and caught something, just for a moment, in the corner of the aspen grove where the boot tracks had vanished. A figure, maybe standing, not moving. It was too far to make out detail. I blinked and looked again and it was gone. The rest of the hike was rough but uneventful. I made it back to the access road by dark and drove straight to the ranger station. I logged everything, including the wire figure and the sounds I'd heard. Nobody thought much of it. Old cabins, forgotten snares, maybe a poacher. The usual. But I couldn't stop thinking about the feeling I'd had out there, that slow, deliberate movement behind me, the bare ground, the shape of the trees. I went back out 2 weeks later with a partner. We camped in the same area, but nothing happened. The wire figure was gone. The bare patch of earth looked like it had been kicked up recently. We flagged the area and filed a report, but nothing ever came of it. No follow-ups, no investigations. Just another strange spot in the backcountry. I've patrolled a lot of wilderness since then. Seen mountain lion kills, stumbled on illegal grows, found hikers who didn't make it out. But I've never felt the same crawling pressure on the back of my neck like I did in that valley. I've never forgotten the way the wind moved like breath, or the way the woods went dead quiet. A year later, I was in the office on a slow afternoon, flipping through some old land use records for that part of the forest. I found a map from 1953, hand-drawn, showing old grazing allotments and cabin leases. One cabin was marked Stroud property, revoked. I looked up the name in our archives. The file was thin, just a note. Lease revoked due to misuse of land. Found to be uninhabitable. Incident not documented. Asterisk, asterisk, nothing else. I kept the printout. Still have it, folded in a drawer at home. Every so often, I think about hiking back out there. Bringing more gear. Trail cams. Maybe even spending a week digging around, figuring out what was really going on. But I don't. Not because I'm scared, though I am, but because some places don't need explanations. Some places want to stay quiet, stay forgotten. The woods are full of stories that never made it into reports. Some are just lost to time, and some, they stay just where they are, waiting for someone to listen. I still patrol, still do backcountry loops, still sleep under the stars. But I don't camp near ruins anymore. I don't follow old boot tracks into places that don't make sense. And when the wind starts breathing down my neck like it did in that basin, I move on. Because whatever was there wasn't interested in being found. And I'm not interested in going back. Not now. Not ever. I started my seasonal assignment in northern Minnesota's Ironwood State Forest just after Memorial Day. I'd done a few stints with the Forest Service out west and a winter season in North Carolina, but this was the first time I'd worked in a place where the silence felt heavy enough to press on your ribs. There were fewer visitors than I expected, too far north for casual hikers, too remote for tourists. Just shy of the Canadian border, it was a maze of boreal forest, bogs, and rough ridgelines with old logging trails that hadn't seen vehicle traffic since the 80s. My post was a Firewatch and backcountry ranger hybrid. That meant I was on foot or on the ATV most days, checking fire breaks, looking for smoke, cleaning up abandoned camps, and logging trail conditions. Our district office was little more than a prefab trailer near a lake. My bunkhouse sat 2 miles down a dirt spur road, surrounded by spruce, jack pine, and tamarack swamp. The guy I replaced left the first morning after I arrived. He was gone by sunup. Left me a key, a single sheet of paper with the radio codes, and a reminder not to use the eastbound spur trail past Miller Ridge. He didn't explain why. I assumed it was just a broken bridge or something he didn't get around to fixing. I found out later that trail didn't even appear on our official maps anymore. But the old wooden marker was still there. East Spur, cut into a half-rotted pine post where the trail broke off in the Miller Ridge Loop. It was my 3rd week when I finally went up there. I hadn't meant to. I'd done most of my routine checks that day and was heading back early. The weather had shifted. Flat, gray sky, just warm enough to make the mosquitoes unbearable. I stopped near the Miller Loop and sat in the ATV, flipping through the daily logbook. That's when I noticed something I hadn't before. A handwritten note in the margin of one of the older trail logs from the guy before me. Asterisk, don't go past the second cairn. Asterisk, it was dated 4 months ago. No context. I didn't see any cairns the first few times I looped Miller Ridge. But I got out and walked a bit up the east spur anyway, swatting mosquitoes, curiosity winning out over reason. The trail was mostly intact, though narrow and wet. Heavy overgrowth. A few logs across the path. The kind of trail that hadn't been properly maintained in years, but still saw the occasional hunter or trapper. Half a mile in, I saw the first cairn. Just a small stack of stones off to the right, on a stump. Looked like a hunter's marker. I wasn't expecting a second, but I kept walking, checking GPS just to log the distance. The second cairn was further than I expected, maybe a full mile from the first. This one was older looking, mossy, sunken a bit into the dirt like it had been there for years. And for some reason, I stopped. I stared at it for a long time. No reason really. I'm not superstitious. But something about how the trail narrowed beyond that point, almost funneled into the trees, made me feel weirdly claustrophobic. The trees got darker, closer together. It was probably just the light. I turned around. The next morning, I logged some time near Fox Marsh doing invasive species monitoring. Came back in the afternoon and found a note pinned to the door of the bunkhouse. No name, just a piece of ruled paper torn from a spiral notebook. Asterisk, don't go past the second cairn, not even in daylight. You won't like what you find. Asterisk, no one should have been out there. It was too remote for casual visitors, and I hadn't seen another ranger all week. I asked the dispatch if anyone had come through, maybe an off-duty DNR officer or volunteer, but they had nothing. I told them it might have just been a prank left by a hunter, but they didn't ask further. That night, the wind picked up hard. I barely slept. The trees outside made this constant brushing sound against the siding, and the wind hit the stovepipe with this low, thudding groan every few minutes. Like pressure building. The next few days were normal. Busy even, I did fire tower checks, cleared debris off forest roads, took water samples. But I couldn't stop thinking about that trail. One afternoon, I decided to bushwhack around the East Ridge. Not down the trail, just close enough to see where it went. The topography out there's tricky. The woods look flat on the map, but are all folds of glacial runoff. Old cames, kettle ponds, ridges cut by bogs. About an hour in, I started to smell something weird. Faint at first, like rust and wetwood. I assumed it was deadfall or maybe an animal, but it stuck with me for over a mile, and then I saw something I still don't have an explanation for. It was a small lean-to made from pine saplings lashed together with faded nylon cord. Maybe 10 feet long, 6 feet tall. Not that strange by itself, but the fire pit in front of it was full of bones. Burned bones blackened at the tips. I'm not a wildlife biologist, but these weren't deer. Too short, too many pieces, cleaned in a way that didn't look like animal activity. I didn't touch them, just radioed it in. The station told me to log it as an illegal camp and that they'd send someone to check it within the week. I asked for a follow-up. They didn't give me one. I couldn't stop thinking about it. I lay in bed at night, listening to the woods groan, thinking about that cairn, about the lean-to, about the way the trail curved and narrowed into the black pines like it was built to hide something. So the next day, I went back. This time, I packed heavy, satellite phone, full med kit, bear spray, GPS beacon, flare, extra water, and a sidearm I rarely carried. Not because I thought I'd need it, but because something about that whole area felt wrong. Like the trees were hiding something they didn't want you to see. I hiked fast and reached the second cairn by late morning. The forest beyond was dead quiet. No birds, not even wind. I kept going past where the trees narrowed, down a slope that dropped quick into marshy ground. The trail barely existed now, just impressions in the moss, overgrown flagging, the occasional blaze so faint it looked like a scar. About a mile past the cairn, I found another lean-to. This one was newer, still green in places, and unlike the first, it looked like someone was living there. Fresh boot prints, a pile of dried spruce tips for bedding, and a string of wire nailed between two trees with animal bones hanging from it like charms. But that wasn't the worst part. The worst part was the metal drum. Rusty, maybe 40 gallons, sitting in the mud behind the lean-to. Half buried. I thought it was trash at first, something left from the old logging days. But the lid had holes drilled into it. Air vents. The kind you'd use if you were trying to burn something without letting the smoke escape. I pulled the lid off. Inside were charred remains. Trash, mostly plastic, paper, melted nylon, but also cloth. Torn, blackened, a zipper still intact, and a melted phone case. The battery had burst into heat. I backed away fast, marked the coordinates, took photos, left everything as it was, and booked it back to the station. I filed a report the moment I got back. Didn't tell dispatch everything, just the lean-to and the barrel. Told them it looked like illegal dumping, maybe a squatter with mental health issues. They told me someone would investigate. I followed up twice. No one ever came. 3 nights later, I woke up to a noise outside the bunkhouse. Not an animal, not the wind, a deliberate, heavy step. Then another. I shut off the light and sat up in the dark listening. The bunkhouse has this thin siding, no insulation. You can hear every branch scrape, every squirrel dig through the leaves. This wasn't that. It was slower, heavier, careful. I didn't move. For almost an hour, I sat in silence while something, or someone, circled the bunkhouse 3 times. The sound of boots dragging through pine needles. Once, I heard the porch steps creak. Then silence. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. The next morning, I found boot prints in the duff. Size 11. Not mine. Not fresh issue tread either. Flat-soled, almost worn smooth. They circled the bunkhouse and led back toward the tree line. I requested to move into the fire tower cabin. It's further away, less accessible by foot. They told me it wasn't operational this season. I kept working, because what else could I do? I logged my trails, stayed in public areas, never went back to the East Spur. 2 weeks later, I found a man's wallet near the old fire break by Wilson Creek. It was waterlogged and bloated with mud, but the ID was still legible. Minnesota resident, 32. Missing since last October, according to the DNR internal bulletin I pulled later. Last seen camping near Ironwood State Forest. I turned it in. No one followed up. That was my last week. I left the bunkhouse 2 days early, packed my truck in the dark, and didn't tell anyone I was leaving. Drove 12 hours without stopping and never looked back. Sometimes I think about what the guy before me wrote, about the second cairn, about what happens if you go past it. I think about the bones, the barrel, the charm wire, about the footsteps around my bunkhouse, about the missing man, about the silence of that forest. I don't know who's out there or what they're doing, but it's not random, not accidental. It's quiet, deliberate, and hidden in plain sight. And the trail markers don't mean a thing if no one's checking them. I never went back to Park Service work after that. I worked a seasonal ranger position a few years back at a state conservation area in eastern Oregon. It was one of those dry, high desert areas. Sagebrush flats, basalt rock, shallow canyons full of rattlesnakes, and long dirt roads that didn't get graded often. The kind of place where cell service is a rumor and the wind never really stops. I was 27 then, halfway through a forestry degree, just bouncing from one seasonal post to the next. This one was different though. The land wasn't open to the public. It used to be ranch land, but the state had bought it through a conservation program. The goal was restoration, pulling invasive cheatgrass, closing down old roads, removing broken fencing, tracking wildlife. That sort of thing. There were only 2 of us stationed out there, myself and a lead ranger named Bill. Bill had been working land jobs since the 70s. He was one of those types who never said much unless it really mattered. I like that. We'd meet at the main trailer a few times a week to check the schedule, get fuel, grab supplies, and then we'd head out to our own corners of the range to do what needed doing. The land itself was around 90,000 acres, remote enough that I'd go a full day without seeing another person or vehicle. I like that too. There was this gate at the northern end of the property, a wide steel cattle gate bolted between 2 juniper posts. Beyond it was an old ranch access road that cut northeast toward a federal grazing allotment. Nobody was supposed to be using that road anymore, but the fence line ran right through some disputed parcels, so Bill told me to keep an eye on it. We called it Section 12, even though that wasn't the real parcel number. Just a leftover name from when the state took the land over. My job was simple. Hike the old road, log the tracks I saw, photograph any damage, and make sure no one was cutting wire or trespassing from the adjoining land. In early June, I hiked that section twice a week. I'd park at the pullout, unlock the cattle gate, drive about 200 yards down the old 2-track until the ruts got too deep, and then hike the next 5 or 6 miles on foot. Nothing ever happened. It was quiet, a little eerie sometimes, but nothing more than cow bones, dust devils, and hawks. Until one afternoon, toward the end of June, I started noticing the tracks. At first, they were just faint ATV tread patterns. Not fresh, maybe a week or more old. The kind you see when someone's running a side-by-side illegally on closed land. Not uncommon. I made a note and moved on. The next week, I saw them again, but this time they were fresh, clear ridges of tread where the sand was still soft and some plastic shavings on a sagebrush branch like a bumper had scraped through. I found boot prints too. Not work boots, but soft sole like sneakers. Narrow and small, maybe a woman or teenager. I didn't think much of it yet. People crossed into closed land all the time out there. Usually kids or ranchers who didn't like the idea of the state owning land. Still, it bothered me how deep they'd gone in. Almost 4 miles from the gate. The third week, I found something else. It was a deer carcass about 50 yards off the road, lying under a wind-stunted juniper. But it hadn't been taken by coyotes or mountain lions. The cuts were clean, straight. The meat was stripped from the legs, and the rib cage was split open like someone had opened it with a bone saw. No drag marks, no blood trail, just bones and hide, laid out like a butcher's shop. I took pictures and radioed it in when I got back to the trailer, but Bill didn't seem all that surprised. Could be poachers, he said. Could be some backwoods freak cutting up roadkill. Either way, log it and keep walking. So I did. Then came the metal barrels. They showed up in July, out beyond mile marker 5 on the old access road. Just sitting there, 2 55-gallon drums, rusted but not ancient. No markings, no labels. One was sealed. The other had its lid off and was empty. I didn't like that. The nearest road access was at least 8 miles away, and that stretch wasn't passable without a serious 4x4. Someone had hauled those drums out there intentionally, maybe with a horse or some kind of game cart. I didn't have gloves with me that day, so I didn't open the sealed one. I photographed it, marked the GPS, and flagged it for Bill to haul out later. The week after that, both barrels were gone. That's when I stopped sleeping easy. I started packing more gear when I hiked Section 12. Water, bear spray, a first aid kit, knife, extra batteries, a fire starter. I even started carrying a flare gun. Not because of wildlife, but because something fell off. There was no sign anyone had been in or out through the gate, except me. No tire tracks. No footprints at the entrance. It didn't make sense. The next time I went out, I walked the entire perimeter fence on foot, 16 miles in a loop. I found one old breach about halfway down the eastern boundary. It was a cut in the wire, just wide enough for a person to squeeze through. Fresh tool marks. The grass was pressed down like someone had crawled under. I reported it. Bill stapled up a closure sign and wired it shut, but we both knew they'd just find another way in. 2 weeks went by. No tracks, no barrels, no signs. It went quiet again. Then in mid-August, I saw the fire pit. It was just past mile 6, near a bend in the dry wash. Someone had dug a shallow pit, ringed it with stones, and burned something. A lot of something. There were charred bits of fabric, burned foil, scorched plastic. All of it melted together in a kind of black chemical mess. And bones. Lots of bones. Not human. I know what deer and rabbit bones look like, but the thing was they were all boiled white and cracked like they'd been heated too fast. No campfire does that. That's burned barrel heat. Beside the pit was a small pile of trash. Zip ties, nitrile gloves, a pair of broken sunglasses, a crushed juice bottle. Not the kind of thing someone casually leaves. It felt methodical, like someone had been doing something there and then tried to erase it. I swept the area for prints and found 3 distinct sets of shoe tracks. One large, like a man's hiking boot. One small, soft-soled again. And one barefoot. I remember that part clearly. It was a partial print, heel and arch in the soft sand. No tread, no socks, just skin. That shook me. I left immediately and hiked out without stopping. That night, I couldn't sleep. I kept thinking about that barefoot print. The sun out there is brutal. Daytime temps were still in the 90s. Nobody walks barefoot in the sage. You get blisters, thorns, snake bit. It didn't make sense. Next day, I told Bill what I saw. He didn't say much, just nodded and said he'd come with me next time. That never happened. 2 days later, Bill was pulled to another site across the county for a week-long fire inspection. I was on my own again. The last time I entered Section 12 was September 2nd. The air had started to cool. The cheatgrass was dry and sharp, and the wind had picked up for the fall. I packed light, just my usual gear in a small pack. I told myself I'd do a final sweep before hunting season started. I parked at the pullout, unlocked the cattle gate, and drove to the usual spot. No fresh tire tracks. No signs anyone had come through. I hiked in about 5 miles, taking my time. It was quiet, too quiet. I didn't see birds, no rabbit sign, nothing. Just stillness. That's when I heard the metal. A loud clang like a gate swinging. I froze. The wind had stopped. There was no reason for metal to be moving. Then I heard again, closer this time. A dragging sound. Something scraping rock. I stepped off the trail and moved uphill toward a bluff. From the top, I could see down into the wash basin below. There was a camp. Not a casual one. This was permanent. A green tarp stretched between junipers, 2 tents, a small table, crates stacked under camo netting. And something worse. Hanging from a rebar frame was a deer carcass strung up by the legs. Fresh. Blood still dripping. The body had been cleaned, but not in any standard way. The head was gone. The legs were snapped at the joints. And beneath it was a blue plastic kiddie pool full of organs. Just sitting there collecting blood. I couldn't move. I didn't see people, but I saw movement. Someone was inside the tarp. I watched the shadow shift. Then a hand reached out to adjust something on the table. They were wearing a black plastic glove. That was all I needed. I dropped below the ridge and started backing out. I didn't run. Not yet. Just moved steady, quiet, keeping the ridge between me and the wash. I made about half a mile before I heard the sound again, this time behind me. A dirt bike. No engine, just the rattle of chain and pedals. Someone was coasting it. I dropped to the ground and looked back. A figure on a stripped-down mountain bike was gliding the trail, scanning side to side. They were wearing a balaclava, all black. No logo. Nothing. They weren't looking for a trail. They were looking for me. I stayed down, crawled into a dry wash, and waited until the sound faded. Then I ran. Full sprint. I cut off trail, through thornbush and basalt fields. Didn't stop until I reached my truck. I didn't look back. Just threw my pack in, locked the gate, and drove until I hit pavement. When I got back to the trailer, I called it in. State police came out 2 days later with a game warden. I walked them through the trail, showed them the site. It was gone.